Hello, everyone. We are back. Or I am back. Paul will be back very shortly.
Yeah.
And now Paul's
Hello,
back.
everyone.
Cool.
So, I kind of need to. I'm looking for one more thing to do on Technologic while we kind of wait for people to arrive. And
Sure.
that is, I'd like to. It's probably a horrible idea, but I was thinking of adding like a typing animation.
Ah,
So it looks kind of even more streaming than it really is. That could be a really bad idea.
I mean, it might not be too bad, but I mean, like even now with ChatGPT, you see what there's a cursor. At least sometimes that cursor breaks when it has like multiple lines for some reason.
Yeah.
So I'm not so sure about it. I mean, I think it might not be too bad. But yeah, so for those who are in the audience, might be a good time to explain what Technologic is. And it's essentially the idea is to have a power user ChatGPT, because if you use it a lot, it gets the job done. ChatGPT does, but it's not necessarily like the best kind of interface for all the things. Like there's many things that you might want to do if, for example, you have like if you have like multiple threads that you want to put together, or if you have like a prompt that you just have to use all the time, so you have to get it from the old conversation and copy it and then put it in the new conversation and paste it. And yeah, like that kind of stuff is super annoying in the current ChatGPT. And we kind of was like, man, I wish we could do these things. And then we were thinking about all the different things that you could do, like you could copy it or fork it or merge it or things like that. And then that's where the name Technologic kind of came up for, because there's like so many things, so many its that you could do. That's why we kind of decided to come up with this name. Yeah, it's pretty cool. This is a super useful one, for example. So you could like say write a very short LaTeX or a very short report on.
I do it in Markdown because that's what usually like it likes to output things in Markdown.
Yeah,
And
yeah. So
then
you could like
it looks nice, but if you want to copy it, it's kind of annoying, especially if you want to copy the Markdown.
exactly. Yeah, that's the part that sucks. So if you're like what a very short report on BabyAGI, which is a GPT powered general AI system that works by having collaborative GPT agents prioritizing tasks. Yeah, something like that. You just say for it, yes, to do that, and it'll be like, okay, so it does that, and it might, have a lot of formatting. That was very short. But if you wanted to copy that, you can copy it like this, and then that works pretty well. Or if you wanted to do like write an awesome README for the project. Let's say GitHub README for the project, and it will. And yeah, so it has like the getting started section and the prerequisites and these lists, and it's all great, but then shit, I can't copy this into GitHub, and yeah, that part kind of sucks. But you can just go into the source code here and copy it and copy the entire thing. Let's go. Whoop. Now you have the entire thing in the original Markdown that you can copy and
And
paste.
there is even a copy button.
Oh, and there's even a copy button. That's great. Yeah, so that's really good. Yeah, and let's say you're kind of happy with this, and now you want to fork it, or one of the other ones is the edit it button. So of course, in ChatGPT, you can edit your response, right? But in Technologic, you could edit the bot's response. So let's say, I don't know, let's see, something down here. It says acknowledgements, whatever, MIT license. You could say Apache license, right? In here, save in place, and then tell it to continue or something like that. And
if you wanted to continue just to literally just continue, you don't have to write anything. You can just press the send icon, and it will just continue.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get into the situation where you ask it to create code, and it stops in the middle of it. And if you want to continue that, you just press the button. It will continue writing, and once when it's done, you can press the merge button. And then you can just attach that to your previous thing.
Okay. Yeah, so you can see here, it was originally MIT license, but I changed it to Apache license. I told it to talk about the license, and now it's saying that it's an Apache license and stuff like that. And then, like you said, we can merge it.
Now the merging it thing is like it merges it always to the previous message.
Okay. So if I delete, can I delete this one?
Yeah, deleting messages is actually not implemented yet.
Okay.
That's like something. Yeah, I can't need. I might need that, but I could also just like you can merge it to the previous message, and then like you can just set the previous message to be empty.
Wait, so if I merge it,
now you have that. And you can press merge again.
Merge again, and now. Okay, now we have this one big thing, and and edit.
The funny thing here is that you now have your talk about the license and so on in there. Scroll down.
Here, yeah, continue and talk about the license. So if we get rid of this, and then this acknowledgement section was kind of like part of it, so we can just get rid of this.
It repeated that a little bit.
Yeah, there we go. Now it's like one thing. We can save it in place. We have something that we can copy just as is, or something else. Actually, I think it's still in. I think something happened there. It's very hard because there's here we go. So I could take. I gotta edit, and then there should be a code block here. And now if we do that, then everything works great. So yeah, for power users, this is really good. And I just can't wait to get the GPT-4 access and figure out who I need to know to get in there. Oh, and then that's not the only thing. This can also do folders and things like that. So now let's say I make a new conversation talking about
ask it for a Jimmy Carr style joke. Those are usually quite funny.
Yeah, Jimmy Carr.
It's with 2 hours.
Yeah.
And you can press like Control Enter, and then it will send the message. So you don't have to press on the icon every time.
I see. Kind of wonder if that will work because I'm on the Mac. Yeah, Command Enter didn't work, but maybe Control Enter will.
Yeah, Control Enter should. interesting. It should just, continue, like, stream in a message. Yeah, that terminal isn't as useful in this case. That's just the server terminal. We care about the console log.
What happened there?
Cannot have duplicate keys.
Each. That's interesting.
The streaming messages is something that was added like minutes before the stream.
Minutes, yeah.
Do I refresh just to see what happens? What has happened here? It's like totally broken the...
Did I break?
Oh, I mean, for me that works just fine. How did you...
Yeah, I think I broke.
How did that happen? So what you can do is...
Yeah.
If it's totally broken for you now, you can clean out your IndexedDB and it should be fine.
Superpower user time.
Click on application. IndexedDB. There you have that. You can delete the database and just refresh, and then it should be fine. No, refresh.
Oh. Yeah, I did refresh.
Okay.
And tell me a joke. Funny joke. Why did the turn red? Why did it skip the tomato?
I'm wondering whether it's like the way how things work. If it somehow, like, I think that is a bug introduced on the streaming. I guess it should await the on message processing.
Possibly. Yeah. You said that one.
Let's see.
Yeah, might be missing the first. This time it had white tomato from there. But anyway.
Yeah. But it's missing the I.
Yeah. Kind of weird. Seems to be missing the first one.
Yeah, give me a second. I think I can fix that. I'm awaiting those things. That should be fine. So changing things live. But that's fine. We have apparently exactly 1 people watching us, so we can mess around.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So for now, that should be great. Search. Okay. Try pulling it again and see whether that is enough. Because I haven't seen it fail like that on my side, but different internet connections and stuff.
Yeah, I probably have a crappier computer. Okay, so now I can start a new conversation and say, I want to hear some funny jokes. Really funny ones. It loves those 3 or 4 different. It's like these are all the jokes that it has. It knows no other jokes than these ones.
It's like if you ask for Jimmy Carr style jokes, it's kind of nice. It's like I don't always tell that jokes, but when I do, he laughs. I like that one. Like, I don't understand why people complain about the subway being crowded. It's like a free game of Tetris. You just have to fit yourself into the empty spaces.
Yeah. Oh, this one's one that I use a lot. I told my girlfriend.
Yeah.
She's trying her eyebrows too high. She looks surprised. Yeah, it's a fun one. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah, in order to kind of the delivery on those jokes needs to really be done right.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of his main style is that he just throws those jokes at a speed that you can't really get offended. By the time you're offended at a joke, it's like 10 jokes away from you.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I remember the first time I watched like Jimmy Carr, I was like, I watched the entire like show and I didn't even laugh once. I mean, like sometimes it was like, okay, I guess that's kind of clever, but I didn't really laugh the first time. I think the only time so that was like my first time watching Jimmy Carr, and I was like, oh, okay, this guy's not that funny. I kind of get the style of joke. It's like, I guess it's kind of funny, but nothing crazy. But then I watched what was it, like 9 out of 10 cats play countdown or something like that,
or
7
8 out of 10 cats.
8 out of 10. It's so weird. And that one was quite funny because like people were making fun of him and stuff like that. So that's always pretty fun.
Yeah, I like the 8 out of 10 cats does something thing. It's so there's like this main show, the 8 out of 10 cats, where they discuss recent events and studies or statistics or something. It's like the British, they just take something and then add banter to it. And that's their panel shows. And they had like the greatest things when they do something like the cast of that show does something else. Or the like something big great quiz of something that he hosts, and the contestants start bullying him. That's always great.
Yeah. Okay, so let's start getting things ready for stuff. My Windows machine, which is kind of useless right now. And this is my virtual machine, which I'm going to stop. I have another virtual machine that we're going to do the dangerous stuff on. So anyway, so the goal for today is to kind of see the app, or not the app, but like the agent thinking. And the way BabyAGI thinks is essentially with tasks. So every task that it has, it adds stuff to the task. And that's what you can see. So if the tasks are stored in Vecto, it's possible to kind of monitor that and see what the current tasks are and what it's thinking. And that would be nice to see if we could like kind of parse the task list out and do things like that. The other way we could do it is it has a priority task list in over here, right? The task prioritizer that makes reorders it into these prioritized tasks, and we could send that somewhere. So we have a RabbitMQ module, so I could publish that to a RabbitMQ queue, And then we can have a little thing that listens to updates on that and publishes that. I like that one better because it's like interactive, right? Like for the Vecto thing, we would have to like continuously pull Vecto for updates, and there might be tasks in there that aren't the main task, and it's kind of hard to find out which one is the one that it wants, because these are prioritized, but they're not ordered inside of Vecto at all. So I think we'll maybe do that. And then the other thing that I was thinking of doing is showing that in the UI. And we do have the UIs, which is the engine server, which I can start. Now, we won't be doing too many things with it, mainly just kind of hard coding some things just so we can see stuff happen. So I think let's get like the boring stuff out of the way first. Let's see. So I am running RabbitMQ on my Mac, so that should show up. And then, yeah, and then the other thing I was also kind of thinking is, can we talk to it? And I was thinking of using Technologic for it because we kind of need like a custom prompt, right? So it would be like hard coding some stuff in the Technologic, but essentially, if you could get the current task, like the priorities, put that into the prompt, get the prompt of the executor, for example, and then put that in there. And then finally, you put some kind of prompt like, ooh, the user is asking a question, and then you put in your question. Then you can like talk to it. And then you can make up stuff about what it's thinking of the current task list and what it will probably do next and those kind of things. That would be kind of cool. I don't know if we'll get to it. That's the things that are on my mind for today.
I'm kind of thinking whether we can maybe do it in an even simpler way.
How so?
So, for example, like we could start with the Scratchpad, right? It's just a simple file it's writing to and reading from.
Yeah.
And then we just bring up like a simple UI that automatically updates whenever that file updates.
Yeah,
so I'm thinking maybe like we could have like a like iNotify on that.
Well, remember, it's going to be running in a different machine than we're looking at it from. But
that's right.
We can.
But I mean, that thing could run on that particular machine. We just need to bring it up in the web browser.
Oh yeah, that's true. But that's one of the things I was going to be using the web browser in the thing, right? Not just the.
The web browser in the thing is fine. It just it runs server, and from outside you connect to that.
You mean like this thing itself could have a Flask server in it for showing this kind of stuff?
It doesn't have to be in it. I mean, at the moment. That could be.
Actually, one of the other things I want to get done today is do the debugging thing. So I want it to react to, like, be able to use the browser here and us to be able to see it, essentially. So yeah, I kind of wanted to run things in SSH this time and have that work. Let's
run it in
things.
SSH? I'm
Yeah.
a bit confused. What do you mean?
So up until now, I've been SCPing it into the Windows machine, and then I run it from the Windows machine. And you do need to do that if you're going to interact with the UI. But if I connect to the browser using the debug tools, the CDP,
Right.
This app that's running inside of SSH doesn't have access to the GUI, but it can access Chrome through the dev tools. But there is the problem that the RabbitMQ is running on my Mac. What was the RabbitMQ port again? Five, 6, 7, 8.
I have a, I guess, kind of horrible idea. Could be
I like
fun.
horrible ideas.
It involves MongoDB.
Yeah, that's a terrible idea. I don't like this idea anymore.
You remember Meteor.js?
Yeah.
How
does that help?
The thing where you could write something into a database and it would automatically update any connected user.
I mean, yeah, you can do that with Firebase now. So like maybe we can make a little Firebase thing. That wouldn't be too bad. Actually, let me ask this.
I think you've stopped it.
I don't think so.
Oh.
Right.
Oh. Okay.
That's weird.
Another bug that I need to remember. When you have started a new conversation, it doesn't send you to a new page. So you kind of need to go out from the new conversation page and back to the original, and then go back to the new conversation page to actually start a new conversation. Let me write that down.
Okay, so let me see if I can access this from that machine. If I do I think it's 50. I can. Okay, so there is a way for these things to talk to each other through RabbitMQ. So this user can only log in via localhost. I think I can fix that.
So we could have Firebase.
Management API return status code 500. That's not ideal. I think you need to enable management, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, something like that. How do you enable management? Yeah, just like it said. I think we can do that. Can you stop typing? Okay, so let's go here. No, but I think user local seller RabbitMQ 39 spin RabbitMQ plugins is here. I enable the RabbitMQ management. Okay, so that does enable the management. No clause matching missing dependency. LDAP. I don't really want LDAP. Let's see if it enabled the plugins or not. I can list. And I think I've killed it. Let's restart. Root services, Rabbit, MQ, restart. Restart, Rabbit, MQ. Missing dependencies, ELDAP. See if GPT 3.5 knows anything about this. Oh, it says that we could try that.
And once again, it's not on the path.
Yeah. Q 3.9.
I wonder, have you actually sent out a tweet that we're live?
I have not.
You should. So the people who may want to join now can.
Would be a good idea. So, here. Cool. Anyway, so let's get this out of the way. So I think I need to. Can you disable the LDAP? I don't know what I have to install to do that thing. Hmm.
So,
okay.
What's the plan?
The plan?
Yeah, as in, what are we going to be doing? Because you're working on RabbitMQ.
Yes.
Maybe I just kind of didn't listen when you talked about it.
Okay. So the plan is that we will push things into RabbitMQ when things have changed, right? So like either we could send the task list, or we could actually read the scratchpad here and then push the scratchpad into RabbitMQ. That way, this thing, which can access RabbitMQ, but I need a user, I think, can send us updates. Then I want to kind of hard code that into our engine, and kind of add a little UI for that, essentially, like super dead simple type of thing.
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah. And just so that, so I want to have like a little iframe of the thing so we can monitor it. And then on the right-hand side, we'd have the, the scratch pad visible. And every time there's an update, we would update the scratch pad here. And then you can kind of see the thing try to do something and then update the scratch pad. And, you can just watch and see what it's doing. in one place, right? And then to make it so that what we do see is visible, I want to enable the Chrome CDP when it uses the Playwright library. So I'm going to essentially just add that into the Python tool and just say that you can use Playwright to automate the browser, and when you do, use it over this CDP connection, and then I think it will always do that.
Okay. I'm just I'm kind of thinking about what tools we have available to us. So if you want to make it if you want to make a simple UI available that's that can live outside of Engine 2.
Yeah, we can. I mean, we don't actually have to do it inside of Engine if that would make it difficult for us. I mean,
yeah, it's kind of reactively pushing updates into it is a bit meh.
yeah,
It never worked as well as I wanted it to work.
But like if we did it in Svelte, how would we get the updates from the RabbitMQ in here?
And that's something that I just wanted to ask you. Can you show me the plugin list again?
For RabbitMQ?
Yeah.
There's
Stomp. Have Stomp. There is a web Stomp. So you can
access it.
Yeah, you enable it literally with the RabbitMQ plugins enable RabbitMQ _web _stomp.
Okay. Enable RabbitMQ _web _stomp.
Okay, so that makes a WebSocket available. And then you can use Stomp.js to connect to it.
It's probably easier. Then we can do away with old Java stuff and just be hipsters, or not hipsters, but cool people, genuinely cool people using genuine cool stuff.
Yeah, we are like still in the before the hipsters arrive moment, I think, on Svelte.
That's true.
I know that means we are the original hipsters, right?
Yeah, we're the OGs.
Using it before it was cool.
Yeah,
but on the other hand, it's like Svelte 3. It's like we can't really say we are using it before it was cool.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so now let's start the RabbitMQ, and hopefully that will work. Then it says already started. Hey, Freezy. Okay, so I think I need to go here, refresh. Okay, now we have the management, so that's good. We can go to admin. I can add a new user. Add a user.
Oh, there's also a web MQTT. Interesting.
Since that might be less work because we have the MQTT thing. But anyway, so let's put agent 1 with the password agent 1, agent 1, and let's make it an administrator.
Oh, looks like Stomp.js. Just how old is this documentation, man? Because they're like, yeah, we have used Stomp.js. Just clicked on it. It's like, okay, this project is no longer maintained. Last commit 2015.
Wow, that's pretty old.
Yeah.
The JavaScript world moves fast, man. Yeah. But this one, like this Stomp.js, has 1,100 weekly downloads. 100,000 downloads.
I guess it's is that a Stomp? Well, it's still Stomp over WebSocket. So yeah. I guess someone has. Or I guess they've someone has taken over the deployment, the development
Possibly.
there.
Or worse. You can never be too sure. So anyway, so let's. So if we do that, that means we're still using RabbitMQ here, right? But then over there, we can listen to those things from Stomp.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds like a plan. So
I
let's
guess
kind
I'll
of do
create a small application that will just, you know,
Yeah.
attach whatever it gets to a list and show us that list.
Yeah, I mean,
it's glorious JSON-ness.
Yeah.
And then we can.
Are you able to add like a side pane to the right here?
Oh, you mean on Technologic? I would have just created a new project for now. So we can.
Oh, we already have Technologic, and I wanted to chat with it anyway. So I was kind of thinking.
But that kind of, it would be botched into it. It's yeah. I think it's easier to work it in a different way.
Yeah.
Right. So let me create. How do you want to share it? Just as going to push things up into a repository?
Yeah. Okay, so let me set up the RabbitMQ thing real quick. So for RabbitMQ, we need a RabbitMQ connect. Let's hook that up. Let me use a mouse. Now the broker will be 192.168.9.50 port. 5672. Okay, so we got 5672. And the username is going to be agent1. And the password is also agent1. Okay, and then with that, we're essentially ready to go. And then when we want to publish, we can. So after the sleep, I will publish something, and then before we finish, we'll want to disconnect. There we go. So then we disconnect from the RabbitMQ when we're done, which rarely happens, but you know, and then we'll publish every time we go through these things. So
okay.
I think that could work. We need a queue. So in our RabbitMQ, actually, first, let's check that I can log in here. Agent one. Okay, cool. So I can log in, and we can go to the queues. I can create a new queue called Agent1. Access refused. Okay, well, we can do it over here. So we'll go to queues, have a new queue called Agent1. Okay, so there's an Agent1 here. Okay. And RabbitMQ is so complicated when compared to like the other queues. Kind of ridiculous. Okay, so that's that. So we'll use the agent1 queue. The routing key, I always forget what we want. I think it just needs to be one thing, right? So we can connect that to agent1. Then the exchange. What was the exchange? Need to look at the, made a sample. I need to look at the sample again. Well, I think Mansour got something running today, right? But he is consuming it. He left the exchange blank, and I think you can leave the exchange blank. It's like if you have an exchange that you're working on, you use that. And then the message that we want to publish, we will need. So let's get rid of this. Move this over here. And then let's open the script up real quick and create a read file component, which is something that we really should have. It's like one of those things that's like so simple that every time we do use it, we just make it, right? I think I'll take a file name. We execute it. We will, S is equal to the empty string, then with open self.filename.value for reading as F, and then S is equal to f.readLines, joined by new lines, something like that. And then that would be the output. Or maybe I should call it content. Do that, and then self.content.value is equal to S, and then we're done. Now let's refresh and grab that out of here. So then this thing is called scratch.txt, which is what we do for the scratchpad. And then after we're done, we send the content off to the RabbitMQ publish. Okay, so I think that's all we need to publish the content of the scratchpad there. And if there is no scratchpad, it will be just the blank string. Yeah, I think that works.
Okay.
So
I'm halfway done.
Okay. So let's monitor it in the RabbitMQ. So let's save, compile. We are still trying to solve world hunger. It's a really big problem. It's not going to happen anytime soon. Let's SCP everything over to there. Do it in the click button thing. We might click the button again, but for now we're going to solve world hunger. And then let me open another terminal that I'm going to put down here. Okay, this is a little bit better. Then I can SSH into the VM. And then if I go to projects, click button, and run the thing. First I have to do the VM thing. VM scripts activate. Now we can do Python, BabyAGI. No module named Pika, so I gotta quick install that. Okay, and MQP connection error. Why can it not connect to my RabbitMQ? Because it could just now. Is there's some permission that I'm missing? It might be. And then give it access to everything. Okay, let's try that again. MQP error. That's annoying.
Is the RabbitMQ available over Tailscale?
Yes, but it's also available here.
No, the question is mostly whether I can connect to it from my.
Yeah, you should be able to.
I guess that should be on your Mix IP.
Yeah. I'll send it to you, Slack to you.
Guess I'll need some credentials to log in.
Agent 1, Agent 1.
Log in. It's Agent 1. Scout is Agent 1. And once I do that now.
Yeah, that's the default. Okay, let's go back here. Let's open the script. So when we're connecting, doing that, locking connection. So we are connecting. RabbitMQ components line 27. So this is where we are failing. So if we try that, accept section E, print E, that should be slightly, better. We can see the output at least.
Okay, so what should I subscribe to?
Agent 1, but there is no Agent 1 because I haven't connected to it.
Is that the topic?
Yeah, the queue will be Agent 1. Yeah. Okay, so we are at raise E. There was no output from the error. Import PDB, then PDB set trace. I think that's what we want. over and debug this real quick. Okay, so what is E? It's a connection error. Unknown error. Connection refused. That's annoying.
Can it not connect to the thing now?
Yeah.
Can I connect to the thing?
Can you connect to it?
What
Is
do I
it
do?
like, do I need to configure my virtual host or something?
Interesting.
That's annoying. That's fine. Policies. Limits. So agent 1 has no particular limits in terms of connections. Cluster user virtual hosts thing is running. And the queues, I can go into the queue and I can publish a message here. Message published. Okay, so there is one message in there. That is good. But what is, and this can see it too, which is, it's really weird that I can log in. Like I can maybe see it being that 5672 might be blocked. Five, 672 blocked. That's something that could be a thing. Let's ask ChatGPT. How do you limit or expose ports 5672 rather than queue? So firewall, it shouldn't be a firewall rule. And I don't think we have anything like that. Let's browse the seller. Local seller, RabbitMQ 319, etc. Okay. So what do we have in etc? Just bash completion. That's not useful. Share only has the man pages. Is it in like the local EPC, RabbitMQ, BI, RabbitMQ, conf. Node IP address, node name. Does the node IP address limit the connections? Change this if you only want to bind to one. An empty string would be bind to all network addresses. So I think we need to change that to 0 or the empty string. Let's do 0 because that's the correct thing. And then restart RabbitMQ. Could take a while. We had 2 new people join, but then 2 people left as they got into like debugging RabbitMQ.
Yeah.
It's like, where's the AI? You know, I can totally see that.
Yeah.
Getting
It will
the AI
come
to work. Yeah.
at some point.
Got it. Yeah. patients, young Padawans. Okay, so if that did something, then running this would work. And it did. Okay, so that did do something. So now we're at the task creator agent, prioritizer agent, and we should hit the publish. And sleep. Then we publish, and it failed. In equivalent arg durable for Q agent 1. Received false. I don't care about the durability, so I can change that. Q's durability transient. Oh, can I change? Or can I not change? Consumers. Delete. I can delete it. Okay, then we'll create an agent 1 Q again with a transient. Add Q. Okay, now if we run it again,
Is there like it seems that I can't connect to the underlying WebSocket.
what is the port?
15674.
Error 404, so that's good, I guess. Let's see, enabled plugins. Oh, that's. We have web
there's the
stomp.
RabbitMQ stomp.
Is there a place to configure the web stomp?
Maybe it's something on my side. It looks a little bit weird. Like it doesn't even try to connect or something.
Oh. That's weird. Okay, so we do have the agent publishing the message onto the queue, so we're halfway there.
Not even trying. Like I give it the broker URL, and it looks like I'm using the right thing. Or have they changed anything? On client and connect. Or should I? Probably not.
Another thing that we can do is I can put in the Streamlit thing in here, and then we could run the Streamlit as the app to view the things.
Do I need to activate it first, and I can only subscribe afterwards?
Possibly.
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay.
That's stupid, but okay. Okay, so I'm listening on the topic Agent 1 for what it's worth.
Okay.
And I'm says receiving data, and I see ping pong. But what am I receiving? Okay,
should be 6 messages in there.
I guess I'm looking for the wrong topic. So maybe it's just agent 1?
Yeah, should be just agent 1.
I'm kind of getting empty ping pongs.
I do see you connected.
Yeah. Username. Can you go back to the queues?
Queues.
The queue is just agent 1. Nothing
Yeah.
like not a slash in front of it or anything.
No, but it is in the virtual host slash, because that's the default one.
Let's see. It appears to still be just ping-ponging. I'm not getting any... yeah, I'm not... Do I? I feel like I'm doing something wrong. Let's see.
Rabbit and queue to enable web stump. It's to access the queue.
Okay, now that looks a little bit better. What was it? Like, which one is getting... Okay, so I get a... I'm getting an error. Inequivalent arc durable.
Oh, put the durable to false.
Okay, how do I do that with this thing? Because I mean, I'm just subscribing to a topic, right?
I think that's like part of the name for some reason. And kind of annoying. It means that, well, I mean, so if you can't do it, we can change the publish thing to be using durable.
Destination, callback, and then I can have some stump headers. So what are those headers supposed to be? Great. They are a key value thing.
I see. So it's like destination queue and then persistent true. And
so I guess I use persistent false.
Right. Stump.js, headers, and send. That's how you send, but then how do you receive?
I mean, we shouldn't forget that we are still looking at something that is essentially making things up, right?
Yes, that's true. It might not be right.
Resource locked. Cannot obtain exclusive access to locked queue.
Why do you need exclusive access?
Let me... Well, I don't. But I'm getting... Let's see. Let's close that tab. Open a new one. See if anything happens here. So what do I do get? Destination is agent 1, ID is sub0, whatever that means, and persistent is false. So do I need to maybe tell it exclusive also false?
Possibly.
Inequivalent arc auto delete. Come on, do I have to set everything?
That's so annoying.
Okay.
But I guess it's like they want to make sure that everything is like, you're connecting to the right queue for sure.
Come on, I set auto delete to false. Why is it?
Selector color equals red.
That's weird. I mean, I'm explicitly setting auto delete to false, and it still tells me that, well, can't do that because it received a true. That doesn't make any sense.
There's an X expires, TTL, max length, single active consumer, dead letter exchange, dead letter routing key, max length, reader locator.
Yeah, it doesn't allow me to. But why would it even? So why does it think that I'm setting auto delete to true? I'm explicitly setting it to false.
Is be named different?
Do I need to maybe set durable to false or something like that? Even though
durable
it tells
is
me
false. Durable is false. It's because when I had it be the default, which was persistent, it said that it couldn't connect.
yeah, it's still do I need to set it to true maybe? Is it? Maybe it's reverse psychology. Yeah. Okay, I'm
Interesting. Active MQ. It's called something else. So we have to look at the Stomp.js docs. Or wait, are you using Stomp.js or are you using something else?
Yeah, I'm using Stomp.js. And I can see that it is sending auto delete as false until I change it to true to try something. I mean, it's this is the most. Oh, something's happening. It's a stupid thing. In the error message, it tells you underscore, but in the thing that you set, it needs a hyphen.
Oh, I see. That is stupid. Yeah, here it says like auto delete with a hyphen. In what's it called? That's what ChatGPT was saying.
Lots of messages.
Yes,
I guess we want to replace the message instead of collecting it.
So we do need to make this like a topic kind of thing, where the messages live, but then they get auto deleted after a minute or something like that, to keep things. But right now you can totally just consume it, because there'll just be one producer, which is the agent, and then one consumer, which would be the website or the web app.
Let's see.
Well, that's good. We have communication happening.
Yes.
The incredible power of the internet. And what is it doing right now? So, what is it thinking?
Now let me start this up with what is it? Host 0.0.0. Yes. Okay. I guess that is 0. Send that to Eduardo. And get that. And npm install. Now on the page, I can, I guess, that. And here we can have
Now it's talking about universal basic income.
okay, refresh.
Let's see.
Yeah, it takes a while, like for a message to arrive. Let me put a. Okay, that should. Oh, okay. Let me put it on.
I think one of us might be consuming the messages. Yeah, we kind of need to make this into a topic.
Yeah, one of us is consuming the messages, and it's currently. Why is it like the wrong color?
Is there a way?
Because it's. Yes. Okay. Is there a way to not consume the messages, you mean?
Yeah. I mean, not necessarily not consume the messages, but to, I guess, like we can enact the message so that it gets re-queued. But that's not really what we want. And what we really want is just like a topic type of thing, right? Not so much a queue per se.
You need to summarize the following text using bullet points. Use a second-person perspective. Keep only the important points.
Yeah, it started doing that, and I remember when we invented that, like it didn't do that.
I didn't add that to the thing.
And
okay,
it could be that I formatted.
Okay, Are you cutting out, or is it cutting out on my side? Can anyone in the chat tell?
I hear you fine.
Yeah, you're kind of getting lost every once in a while for me, but it could be that it's the Bluetooth that the headphones are connected to. Okay, so I guess it's on my side, as Frieza says. He hears us well.
Oh, okay. Anyway, what was I saying? I was saying something.
Okay, we wanted to find a way. I mean,
yeah.
Are we competing in any way on consuming those things?
So the person who consumes it acts the message, right? When you act the message, it's now, or when you consume message, if you act it, or no, once you consume the message, now no other consumer can see it.
Yeah.
And if you act it, then it disappears from the queue. If you don't act it, it will come back into the queue. Type of deal.
How can I not acknowledge it? You
can n-act it. Then it would just kind of pile up into the queue.
Yes. But how?
So, hold on, let me. So, the other thing is this: the scratch pad.
Oh, maybe it's.
I think the
on
first time I made this one line, right? But because it was long, I wrote it into 2 lines. And that might be why it starts doing that. But anyway, let me put it back into 1 line and then restart the agent. I know you've spent a long while thinking about how to solve world hunger. Forgot anymore.
Okay, so there is. Okay, I can call egg on the message to acknowledge it. And that means if I don't do that and say on the subscribe method that I'm going to manually acknowledge them, then it's not going to happen?
Yeah, they'll time out. You have to explicitly enact the thing if you want to like put them back into the queue automatically.
Okay, let me see. Does my message have... Okay.
Yeah, you said act client.
Okay, so I guess that should give us automatic necking. So that you and I don't consume the messages away from each other.
Okay.
Let's give this a card log.
I don't need to refresh, right? Like it should auto refresh.
No, you don't need to refresh it. It just updates it.
Okay. So we do see one message on the queue. You need to gather more information about the problem of world hunger before you can come up with a solution. Start by researching the causes and current efforts made being to address it. I really need to make a Google search tool for this thing.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that I wanted to do is in the Python tool, I'm going to put packages. Let's go back to this. And using playwright, always use I have to look up everything these days. View, connect via CDP, and using playwright. CDP enable true. It's in the Python. And I'm not using Puppeteer. I'm using the other thing. I'm sure I have it open here somewhere in one of my windows. Yes. Okay, so always use playwright. Chromium connect over CDP, localhost 9222. Okay, and then that means that to I need to launch Chrome with CDP, right?
I think so.
Oh no, the flag. Remote debugging port. Okay, so now let's go into the virtual machine. Okay, let's turn
we
this
have an
off.
interesting question here from the new radical. Hello, will this be for text-based responses, or can this do data analysis from financial database and return the information as tables instead of text responses? Do you want to take this?
Yeah. So essentially, ChatGPT, imagine ChatGPT as being a person who has lived in a completely black room and with no light and cannot do anything for like 2 years. And you can ask it stuff and it can reply, but it doesn't have the ability to count anything more than it could count on its fingers, right? So if you asked yourself to do something like, analyze this financial data, and get me the right calculations. If you could do that by yourself in a completely black room, then you should expect ChatGPT to be able to do that. If you can't do that completely by yourself in a black room, unless you're like a super, mentat type of person, you shouldn't expect ChatGPT to do that kind of stuff. It needs to use tools to do things. So giving it the tool, like the Scratchpad, is already pretty good because it can write some stuff down and refer to that later. And if we give it access to Excel or a Google Sheets tool, I think it will be able to, do the thing of, okay, I have this information, I need to put it in this cell, and at the last cell, I need to sum it. So if you let it rely on Excel to do kind of calculations, then you can kind of expect it to do that. But it also doesn't really have the capacity, or at least GPT 3.5 doesn't, to do anything super crazy yet. So you'll have to wait a little bit for that. But it would be kind of interesting to see how far it could go. Like start with something small and then see if it can leverage Excel to do that, and then kind of expand it. It's going to be really interesting to see. And there might be a way that you can connect one agent to be looking at the other agent's output and criticize it and then make it better. So, maybe we can decompose it into multiple steps, but it's not a trivial thing. And it's definitely not the first thing that you'd want to do when doing these things, for sure. Did you have anything else to add, Paul?
I think that's what covers it. The main thing that we could add here maybe is that while it kind of can understand tabular data, it's really not good at math. Because the way how it understands numbers is like it gets tokens, right? It doesn't get single digits or anything. So sometimes it gets a token that it has learned that means something like 90-ish. So it doesn't really do well on that. So making it work on tabular data, which is about as far away from regular language as you can get, probably isn't going to work with language models. What you could make work, and that's kind of what Eduardo also already said, is give it the tools to manipulate that data and work with it, and then it could be better. One thing that I found is that it works rather well on manipulating symbols. So you could, in principle, ask it to produce a Python script that uses pandas to do analysis on your financial databases. But you also need to give it information about it. Or in principle, you could give it the tools to discover information about all of your database or tables or what you have there. And then it could work. And that's kind of part of what we are doing here at the moment. Like we have our AGI kind of thing. I mean, it's not funny that we are calling it AGI, but it's agents, right? There are agents that have kind of tools. So we're going kind of one step further, saying that, okay, if we have a language model, that language model can, in principle, produce commands that can be interpreted somehow. And those commands can give it additional information. And then it is kind of a little bit embodied by giving it those tools. And then it can, in principle, do anything that can be articulated as language. So, anything that we do is for text-based responses. I guess the very short way around. But those responses can go like quite a while.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising what it gets to. Like that's another thing. Like, it will fail to do the thing the first time. Like when you ask a human to do something, you kind of have this expectation that they'll do it right. And the agents aren't going to do it right. But if you feed back like the error, programming works so well is because they make some stuff up, right? And then the compiler can catch them on their bullshit, and then they can fix it, right? Like that that kind of loop exists. So that works really well. If you have a task where there's no way for it to like, catch it on its bullshit, it's gonna continue to make stuff up. I mean, it's not. It's kind of like a lot of people do have the expectation that the models are kind of like thinking and stuff like that, but they're not. They're just kind of trying to reproduce likely text. So they have an inherent mode of making stuff up, right? Like that's how they were trained, kind of. So they will just make things up, right? There's nothing that grounds them unless you give it to them. And so that's why with these tools, it's important to give it the task list and to let it search Google, and things like that. And it will be able to make things that are not completely made up if you're just asking it to summarize an article, for example. But it doesn't actually know anything. And it's very interesting because of how capable they are. Despite that fact, like they are just making stuff up one token at a time, and they're just saying the most likely token that it could be given the past ones, and that's all it is. And yet it is quite good, in terms of AI, right? Like surprisingly good at many things, despite that's all it's trying to do. So I think that actually says a lot about how little the human brain actually does. I think like there's something there because we're different. But if you can get that close by just having language and not all that much compute is required to get up to the level of these agents or like ChatGPT, for example, then like real intelligence might not be that far, right? Like there just might be a little bit extra computation you need to do things, and it could just be,
or maybe it is just a little bit of scratchpad that you use,
exactly.
so it can remember what its history is.
Yeah,
because I mean, a baby is absolutely
Yeah.
useless.
Yeah, exactly.
Can't even talk.
Darn,
Give it a little
itself
bit of experience, and suddenly it tries to
Mhm.
take over the world.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I've changed the Python prompt. Let's see if I can give it the objective to order pizza from Domino's AP. That has Domino's, yes. Order a small pepperoni pizza using the tools available to you. Order pizza from Domino's. Let's see how far it gets. A lot of the times I've been like super skeptical that it could do any of this stuff. But sometimes it surprises me. So let's see how far it gets. So if everything went correctly, it should
interesting.
connect to this.
When you neck the message, it's going to be redelivered to yourself.
Ah.
So I'm going to just let it time out, so it then can be redelivered.
Okay.
Like a lot later.
Okay, so it tried to execute something. And it tried to execute the fake Domino's API that somehow it thinks exists for some reason, which is really fun. Actually, you know what? Domino's is probably a bad. It's not that great. because it like needs a credit card and stuff like that. What if I asked it to buy Vecto from our store?
Then it needs to figure out what Vecto is, and
Yeah, but if it could, and it adds it to the cart, and I tell it to use it, should be able to go to the end. So that could be something, and because it's always trying to use like, it's like making stuff up here. Of course it will, and it has to put like an address and all this other stuff is kind of difficult. What happens if I tell it to order something else? So let's say using tool available.
the order number is order number.
Yeah. Go to https://www.spreads.ai/shop and order Vecto starter. Use promo code to when you check out, get it for free. Okay, so that is the task. Let's copy it over. See how well that works. And if so far the CDP thing does not seem to be working.
Can you check can you check on its scratchpad? Because it's kind of flip-flopping a little for me between this and empty.
Actually, let's purge the messages.
I think it's because we are necking them, they kind of get re-queued.
Yes, possibly. Yeah, I think only one of us should be able to view the messages.
Okay, I'm going to
kind of creating
messages
2 messages a second rate, so it's probably not a good idea.
You just give it a second, it's going to be empty in a second anyway.
No. Okay, so it tried to do something. Yeah, so it's calling Chromium Connect over CDP. It's browser, and it is going to the shop, and it's pretending it's a WooCommerce thing, but I don't see it connecting. Playwright has no attribute Chromium. Okay, so it's doing what I said, but that is not what we want.
Can you set it up? Like, can you set up a fan out exchange on that queue?
Do you know how? Like possibly? The exchanges. Yeah, I have no idea how to do that. Or maybe we can ask ChatGPT to figure it out for us. Okay, so
AMQP
Chromium. I don't want Chromium. Let's see, Playwright. There's the Playwright documents that I was looking at earlier today. Okay, so it does say Playwright Chromium connect over CDP. And then I'm getting that Playwright does not have Chromium. So let's screw searching Google for things.
While you're getting an answer,
Actually, let me try this. Okay, so if we go here.
So while you're doing that, New Radical has asked us for the explanation.
Okay.
And yeah, he's thinking about how it could be used in finance.
That is a good idea.
At his job.
Like I have
it's
some
like
idea.
I think finance is, especially automated stock trading and stuff. It's like so much of it is essentially front running. So you get the news first, and then you kind of try to buy things as soon as possible. I guess front running the way how it is, like how it used to be when stock exchanges were places where people go. It was literally like you hear someone is about to do something, and then you send someone to run to the front and do it before they can, and then sell it to them at like at the premium or so. But the news thing is it's kind of the same, right? In the good old times before information traveled at the speed of light, you read the newspaper and then you called your broker to do something for you. Now those newspapers are being read at essentially the speed they are being published, and then sentiment analysis is being run on top of that, and then they do something with it. And then there is the way how Buffett does things. He's essentially like he's spending more time thinking about what company to get. And I think the biggest issue there is just getting to the information about it. Like I wouldn't know where to go to get like information about an arbitrary company. But if you're Warren Buffett, you just call someone and they're going to get that information for you.
Well, I also think
also, if Warren Buffett calls you to get information about your company, you're most likely to provide it.
Yeah. There is the Bloomberg terminal, right? And that has information in it way faster than most other news things. So I do think there's. Oh, it does. It does. I've heard that it can get news of like oil tanker spills 15 minutes or 30 minutes before the ADP publishes their thing, and stuff like that. So I do think it does have something like that. Okay, so from playwright.sync API, import sync playwright. So that does work. And if I do, for some reason, it doesn't want to paste for me anymore. So, and that kind of happens with remote desktop every once in a while. Ain't nobody got time for that. Let's try that again.
Oh, hey Freeman.
How's it going? Okay, so Playwright now has started, and I can launch Chrome, I hope. Okay, so I can launch Chrome. Now if you browser stop. Doesn't have stop. Browser close. Okay. Close. Right, and then playwright stop. Okay. So that works. So it could be that the API has changed since the knowledge cutoff date. So we need to tell it the correct one. So let's see, playwright, dev Python, and then let's look for CDP and see what happens. So there's apparently this. That's useless. Can Google not be useless, please? Context, new CDP session. Is added in 1.8. Getting started with the DevTools protocol. Okay, so start with the flag. Then it prints the URL to standard error. That does not seem to be happening. Like Chrome is launched. I don't see the debugging thing here.
I mean, that changes. It feels like it changes a lot.
Yeah. How do I do this? No, it's not. It launches. Could be that there's a setting that you need to enable these days.
Yeah,
It does change quite.
New Radical is adding some more context for us.
Mhm.
And yeah, so he says he doesn't need it for the edge on stocks or anything. It's more about maintaining budgets and forecasts and burn rates.
That
If there is something that can do that from a text-based language,
yeah,
then you can probably use ChatGPT for that. So, for example, Task Juggler, which is used for project management, that is something that ChatGPT can actually produce for you.
That's
like
amazing.
A Task Juggler file. And it will assume that not everyone is available all the time and stuff like that. That's like a lot.
Dev tools. Chrome dev tools. So it's not a plugin or anything like that. Yeah, like particularly if you have something that kind of needs a script to run, like if you could ask it to make a script that takes this data and does it, and sometimes the data changes or there's like a new format or something like that. If you can make your objective be to do something and you can have some sort of test that guides the agent into making the correct script, it's really, really good at that. Like it loves writing code for sure. So yeah, and sometimes you can just give it some high level fuzzy things and it will work its way into creating the code. So that works really, really well. And because it's not doing the math, the code is doing the math, then that will usually come out correct.
I see that like on the same page that you were just the Chrome DevTools protocol thing. Apparently you can try it out.
Try it out.
Yes, so you can run Chrome with the remote debugging part thing, and then try to open it on localhost. Like a /JSON /version will give you something. /version.
So it is running.
So it is running, probably on localhost only.
Okay. That should be okay, right? So like if I go here and I curl /localhost 922 JSON version, get it.
Okay.
So, so the problem is how to do that with the current playwright, because I think the API has changed, and since I'm telling it to use the wrong API, it's failing. So we've got to say
I see.
playwright example. Web scraping with playwright and Python. Scrapfly, that's a weird name. Chromium launch headless false. I don't want headless mode because I want it to keep all the cookies. Like that's the important thing. What I'm trying to get here is that I have this logged into Gmail, right? And I could, for example, have it logged into something, and I want the agent to be using the browser, which is easy, but I can't have it like log in to things or stuff like that. So let's look at CDP. It's not what I wanted. Okay, so let's see. Python attached to running CDP example. That's what I want. And let's see if we can do it. Avoid Puppeteer Playwright for web scraping. I understand why. Kind of want to do this. And once this is running, you know, like all those Twitter things where they're showing, oh, look at this, ordering a pizza or things like that. You could totally do that with this. You don't need to sign up for any beta anything, unless you don't want to set up.
We can have a browser.new browser CDP session. It's very much like Playwright Firefox launch. So you can have browser new CDP session.
Okay, see you later, new radical.
Yeah, so yeah, see you then.
The new radical, that name sounds familiar. Do I know this guy? I might.
Probably.
Maybe.
Okay, so we can have a Playwright.
Yes. Okay, I knew I could. I remember. Okay, yeah. Yes, we should chat later. What time is it over there? Yeah, we can totally chat later. Okay. Puppeteer. So this is JavaScript. I mean, I could have it do Node.js if that would be better. Like, there's no real need for it to be Python the way that we're running it. So if that works better, we can totally do that.
Okay. So that's how it's probably supposed to be. The browser type. It has a method called connect. This method attaches Playwright to an existing browser instance. When connecting to another browser launched via browser type launch server in Node.js, the major and minor version needs to match. Okay. And there's also the connect over CDP. So we can have like a Playwright Chromium connect over CDP thing. Let me share the link with you so you know where to copy and paste.
Let's try to do it manually so that we know exactly what to. Okay, so that.
That was the Node.js API.
Yeah, that's the Node.js. Okay, so we need sync playwright. No, it shouldn't matter for us, right?
Yeah,
and
the sync is just easier for us to use.
And then we get the Chromium, right?
Yeah, use sync playwright then with as the name.
Okay.
Because you
sync playwright Chromium. I think I gotta import playwright. No. Docs.
It's just Chromium worst. Equals sync playwright.chromium. It's just
yeah, that didn't work. It has no object Chromium.
Who wrote those docs?
Yeah, like what version is this? Wait, so sync.
Okay, sync playwright. Ah. Okay. You first need to you need to create a playwright. So playwright equals sync playwright.
Oh, it's a function. I see.
Yes, you need to create a playwright for you.
Okay. Apply right. Okay.
Okay, now you can copy and paste all the other things.
Your context manager has no Chromium. What? Okay, hold on. Let's put this here.
Okay, let me.
Okay. Run with playwright. So with sync playwright as playwright, run playwright. Playwright has no Chromium. What does it have?
So that will give you a playwright context manager.
No, I think we need to use it with the with sync playwright as playwright. Then we can do Chrome is equal to playwright.chromium.
You forgot the H.
Okay, so that seems a little bit better. Okay, so we do this, then.
Yeah, very non-REPL friendly.
Yeah. No, it still says the same thing. No. Okay, do this. And what we want is this one. Okay, so that does work.
Okay.
But now we don't have the sync.
Okay, so now you should be able to use chromium.connect over CDP. I think maybe without the width even. Who knows?
No, I think the width closes it. So what we want is this thing.
We probably want to have a file that we're changing and then we're running it with Python.
Yeah. Okay, so now playwright is that. This has a Chromium, right?
Yeah, if you write it correctly.
There we go. Okay, so now we're good. We've entered the playwright. Okay.
Okay.
So now
we can use now connect over CDP.
Connect over CDP.
And to give it the HTTP localhost thing.
Host queue.
Okay.
Okay, don't see anything. But then I can do
that's
Chrome dot.
That you need to assign that to a browser variable.
Okay. So then browser equals Chrome dot launch.
And it's still browser equals Chrome dot connect over CDP.
Oh. Did I do anything? I don't think I did. Okay. So this becomes the browser. Okay, no changes. Then browser dot new page. Okay. And page dot go to gmail.com.
Is it in incognito mode?
Yeah, it's on incognito, but that's not what I want. I want it to connect to this thing.
I mean, it is
Please.
moving us
Yeah, I
slightly
mean,
closer.
It'll probably work for, I mean, we can just get rid of this. And it will work for the thing, but it's not what I want per se.
Like, what does new page do? Bypass CSP, extra HTTP headers, first colors, geolocation, yes, touch, offline permissions, proxy, record, a lot of stuff, storage state.
Okay, so we do that.
Okay, so if you use browser new context, you're getting an incognito thing.
Yeah, it's called browser.new context.
Yeah, and new page creates a new page in a new browser context.
So if I didn't, so if I had the browser and I just want page browser.goto, does that work? Or is there a current page?
Maybe.
Browser, does it have a current page? Might.
I mean, you can get the context with browser.context. So if you take a look at our manual one.
No, I closed it.
Like, no, you closed it. Okay.
Yeah. Because it's kind of true. It can figure it out on its own kind of thing. So yeah,
okay,
the other
while
thing
this is running, let's take another look at the Scratchpad thing and the data it is publishing. Can you go to the Pika client? So to the publishing point? Yes, it appears to be something that you set up on publish, apparently.
I mean, this thing here?
Yeah, but you're publishing the contents of it.
Yeah.
So channel. Okay. No, documentation. So you use qdeclare and so the exchange and the exchange type. You could use, like, you can give the exchange a name and the exchange type as fan out, or you could list the existing exchanges and there should be the AMQ fan out exchange.
Okay, so that's in the connecting or in the queue declaring?
So you can have a channel that exchange declare.
So here we do queue declare.
Yes.
We want channel.
And for that, you can tell it which exchange to use. So you could try No, you would have to define it first.
Oh,
Like
first.
the exchange. Yeah.
And then this is an exchange, right? So exchange
Yes.
declare.
Then it's exchange equals some name.
Is it going to be the same as the queue?
It may be, I think.
Okay. Because the exchanges that exist are like the default direct fan out.
Okay, and then we can use the AMQP fan out exchange.
Oh, AMQ fan out.
Yeah, AMQ fan out. I guess you can just configure that on the thing itself. No, we don't need to declare it if it already exists.
I see. Okay. So if that's the case, then the exchange here. Okay, so
Yeah, we
we're
should be
already
able
setting it.
to do that there.
Gotta not use my trackpad. You'd think I have such a good mouse. I wouldn't use a trackpad so much. Okay. So that's that.
Yeah, let's see what happens. In what new ways things can fail.
Yeah.
Because now I'm not receiving data.
Yeah, it should be empty. But actually, I kind of wonder, how is it possible to get a
Module playwright sync API has now attribute Chromium.
Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. I wonder if it works with an older version.
Yet. Like there was one message, but it was empty. Can you check in to the RabbitMQ for a second?
Looks empty.
Yeah, let me
Empty.
not echo any messages we receive for a second. Doesn't really show any new messages coming in. Is it maybe because this queue is like bound to the default? No, I mean, it is sending out things, right? Or is the file literally empty?
Okay, so there's a message now. That is empty. The message. If we go to projects button and look at the scratch.
It appears to be empty, given that it's showing us.
Yeah, it seems empty. And I think I didn't call it. Yeah, scratch.txt. Yeah, so that is correct.
So it's not writing anything to its scratch pad at the moment. Let me something.
We can look to see if it is or not. But it's true. It doesn't. It has the ability to decide whether it wants to work on the scratchpad or not. But yeah, it is empty. It's like just doing everything in Python. Let's go back to, let's save this for later. And instead just do solve world hunger. That's something that I think is worthwhile. So let's save and compile it. It will use the scratchpad if we solve world hunger, because it has no idea how to use Python to solve world hunger. And would be kind of amazing if it did.
Can you? No, that doesn't make. I'm trying to figure out a way how to collect proper data.
Actually, kind of what we need is to just consume the message and put it into a database and not like show the raw message, you know.
It should be possible to for like multiple consumers to get the message.
Yeah. Still no messages? Tool runner, scratchpad. Okay, so scratchpad does have something.
Okay. We still need to tell the exchange to send messages to our queue.
Oh.
Okay. Maybe I should like scroll down to the end of things instead of reading things little by little. No, I've sent you a link for how it should be done on the sending side of things.
Okay, so we do queue declare.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether I can do that with Stomp. What I need to do. Yeah, this one, emitlog.py is the one that you care about.
Okay, so this one has, so I declare an exchange, publish to the exchange. I guess we can give that a shot. It looks like the exchange is getting something, but it's true the queue is kind of empty. Looks like there's like these 2 Stomp subscriptions. I'm going to cancel mine for a sec. Okay, and
I'm trying things out at the same time. Oh, yeah, I received something. I think it worked.
What did work?
You, however, did not receive something.
Well, I just opened it again. So
okay.
It could be that. Oh, cool.
Yeah, okay.
Do you see the same thing?
Yeah, I got that too. Yes.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So we do have these things. Okay, let's go back to. Okay, I have to click Alt. Okay, there we go. Now I can move again. Okay, cool. So we actually have that. I was wondering, can we get a iframe in here without too much trouble?
Yes.
I remember doing this before. I've done it many times.
The iWidget thing or the Jupyter display thing can do HTML.
Yeah. I want to do this iframe thing. So
Oh, yeah.
there's a couple things I want to try here. Oops. Actually,
I
so
guess
this
you don't
is
want to have
interesting.
it.
For free, use the scratch pad to discover content of the website. Use both Python and the scratch pad to discover the content of the website and act accordingly. Prompt engineering. If the startup thing doesn't work out, at least I can say I'm a professional prompt engineer. Okay. So I cancel that. Maybe I can't remember if I copied it or not. Okay, so there's a special iframe I want. Here. Which is this one. Okay, and can I HTML iframe with href, right? And I want the width to be 100.
You can set to 100%.
Yeah, then I need to set the height. So put the width to 100%. Height should be, I don't know, 720p.
Yeah. Let's see.
Did it not work because it's HTTPS?
Probably.
Try and make it HTTP instead. Let's see. That doesn't work. That does work. Is there an easy way to get around that limitation right now? I think there
It depends on
is.
what exactly it is complaining about. Like, do you have your dev tools? Code 404.
Let's do this. Okay, let's clear. Then do this again. Seems to be happy.
Can you switch to network? And do a right click and add the host so you can see where it's like what it is talking to. Okay, so that's not it. Can you like copy and paste the contents of the cell and then create a new one and delete this one? Okay, now let's check the console. Okay. Oh, it's source, not href.
Oh, no wonder. Always exists between the chair and keyboard. Okay, no
You
ticket.
have no ticket.
That is expected. I was hoping that since I have it open here, that would have a ticket. Is there a way to get to ticket?
All you need is the link to open it, I guess. If you click on that, will that open a new tab?
No. If I double click on this, it opens this.
I see.
This is a different tab. It's not going to work.
Yeah, you have no ticket.
Yeah.
How do you get the ticket in that case?
But I do think we can have this here. So did I freeze my computer? No, but I froze Jupyter Lab. I was trying to do too many crazy things with it. Yeah, unfortunately. Let's refresh. Okay.
Give me a minute or so. I'm going to get something to drink.
Yeah.
And then I'll be back in a second.
Okay. Okay, so that's working, and I can go here and put this in here. Delete that frame, and we can we can embed that to the right here. That's more or less what I'm planning on doing. Was there a view? I think there was a hide things. Okay, presentation mode. I think there was a way to hide. Just view things in a different way, but it's not that important. Install Playwright module using pip command in the terminal. Yep, that could work. No module named playwright.network. Yeah. The fact that Playwright changed its API is very unfortunate for the AIs. They don't know what changed, and they have no way of browsing the documentation or anything like that. So that's gonna suck. Could install an old version of Playwright, and that might be happier.
I think it is more about like giving it a way to.
Look at the to-do
things.
list. I think we want to show the to-do list rather than the scratchpad. If the Playwright version module is less than 1.12.1, so we know that that's what it knows. So maybe we can install that one specifically.
Yeah, let's also add the other things so we can show them.
the to-do list.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, look at that. It's checking the Playwright version. And it's like, nope, Playwright doesn't have a version. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, it's amazing how it's like just thinking of what to do next.
Yeah, I'd like to. Well, that's probably something for the next stream because I haven't actually read the paper yet. But several days ago, there was a paper published that goes into ways of giving them, ways to reflect on their memory. Yeah, and do things. And it's like they're building it in a RPG style game. And they kind of do reflection, they do observation, they do rating of their things, like of their thoughts or something like that. So yeah, it would be interesting to see like how we could add that there.
Well, that works for now.
I mean, you can just publish some JSON, right?
Yeah. So in here, I think I added format task list.
Also publish the Scratchpad, so we get more things to look at.
Okay. Let's put, instead of format task list, let's put like a output agent status.
Yeah.
It takes a task list, and it takes a scratch.
It should be taking like everything that it can.
Yeah. So the scratch pad is technically optional.
Yeah, no need to making it compulsory.
Let's just put text to be an inarg. And then let's create some out, which is task list, which is the self.task value. Then the text, which is the self.text value.
Do we have any other internal state?
Not really.
Like, it would be cool to
There's the
just
result.
get all of it. Like,
You can get the tool result. Yeah, I think that could work. So let's go refresh this real quick. Let's read the file, get the agent output status. So I'm going to read scratch.txt and connect that to the text. And we can get the results from here. To the results, and the content becomes the message. Wasn't there a way to like make to hide the input cells in Jupyter?
Maybe.
I don't think it was the simple interface, and it's not presentation mode. It just kind of makes everything bigger. Whatever it is, I can't find it. I thought it would be in view. JSON is not defined. Redeploy. Yeah. And being able to see things here, and man, wouldn't it be cool to see the virtual machine image here too?
Yeah. So what do we have? We have the task. We have
We have the task list.
Is it task underscore list?
Yeah, task underscore list, which it is not connected. One second, let me connect that. Prioritize tasks goes here. Something seems to be holding up our AI. I think it's AI being a little slow.
Then we have task list. We have Scratchpad, and we have
we have task list with underscore result and then text, which is the Scratchpad. And task list should be task ID 1, task name, kind of thing. Wow, look at that. Div.
Yeah. Did we get anything published? Apparently either no or failed on something.
Sleep. Type of DQ is not JSON serializable.
Can you like put a list around it?
Possibly.
It's in collections, I think.
Yeah. Report collections DQ. Collections input DQ. And then if I have DQ, I can import JSON. JSON.dumps Q boo, but if I do list Q, that works. Okay. Google. Is it? Yeah. Playwright has no attribute sync playwright. Oh, we could also get the temp.py. The Python always has the same file name, so we can do that. Okay, so it did publish something.
Did I do something wrong on the task list?
Possible to get the messages from here. No, it's empty. Wow, that's a lot of queues.
Yeah, that's me changing things. It should be. I guess I should be setting auto delete to true now.
Possibly. Relevant context. So add a wait time. So the next task is add a wait time of 5 seconds after clicking the vector starter button. And install the necessary tool by running the command. It's not.
So did it update the task list again?
Kind of not seeing it. Is it connected? Yeah, the message is connected. And the content.value is the JSON.dumps.
Because at the moment it kind of seems to be sticking to.
It does seem empty.
Waiting. It looks like I received one message. But okay. So it has task ID and task name on each one of those things. Okay. Task list has been updated.
Okay, yeah, I see it.
It got.
You can see the outputs.
Huge.
Yeah, it gets very big.
Okay, so on our tool result, we probably want to have it as
yeah.
I guess let's not make it dark by default.
Works right.
And maybe keep it like we don't necessarily care about things being centered.
The amount of heavy lifting being done right now is quite amazing when you think about it. the fact that we have this iframe that is showing things in real time while showing our BabyAGI graph and while doing SSH and showing a terminal on the bottom. It's pretty crazy. What a world we live in. Yeah, and it's also amazing to see it like
Oh.
figuring things out. So essentially can't see, right? And yeah, so it has to try lots of things. And it also tries to add things in there. I think that, so if we go to the checkout, yeah, it has all of these things. And so it'll have to go through those steps. Yeah, maybe it will get to it. We'll have to see.
Does it have for every Python exec like this waiting time? That's why
Yeah,
it's kind of taking longer for
yeah.
anything to appear there.
Yeah, it does take a little bit for the Python exec because I have a hard-coded sleep thing in there.
Update the code to increase timer to 45 seconds for the wait for select on line 8.
That's not
Add
going
a
to
wait
help you.
time of 10 seconds after filling. Add a wait time after that. Scratchpad empty. Tool results.
It's like, that's not the problem, man.
I think the pros thing makes it too narrow.
I wonder, what if there was a curl tool? What about a curl tool?
What do you mean? What if there was what the tool?
A curl tool.
Curl. So it
Yeah.
can get just the HTML.
Yeah.
You could give it like a get the HTML tool that uses Playwright.
Yeah. So actually, one of the things, it is using headless false, but we can't see what's going on because it's in the SSH session. So it doesn't really have a desktop. So we kind of do need it to connect through CDP if we want to see anything. So that's a thing. But I guess, yeah, like what if we made a tool? If we made a different tool that let it write the HTML of something to a file. Nah. Because one of the things that kind of, I mean, maybe we could actually fix it here really quick, which is that the executor gets its chance to execute, but it doesn't see the output. The output gets added onto the task, right? And then the prioritizer prioritizes the tasks and picks another task. So the executor doesn't really get a chance to do any back and forth. Like it just does the thing and then has the thing. So what if I attach another executor to the output of the executor? Mm-hmm.
One thing that I've noticed here is that like the task list, at least the fifth task, is kind of cut off.
Why is that? 100 token limit. LLM call by default has the max tokens to be 100. So that's why a task list probably gets cut off at 100. What's reasonable for the task list? Let's put 500.
With sync playwright as playwright. Playwright.chromium.launch. Headless equals false. Browser new context. I mean, you could explicitly tell it use browser equals playwright chromium use CDP thing. Can you?
Yeah. Let's do that. Okay, so in the Python, so there's SQL. Playwright. Okay, when using Playwright, use the following code. And then what is the code that I forgot what it was already.
You can copy it from the tool results.
Here?
It's mostly there. The browser Chromium launch is not what we want. Instead, we want the, let me get the documentation. Connect over CDP. So playwright.chromium connect over CDP with our local host. So.
It's CDP. Clicks. Let's be calling / local host 9222.
Will it be able to take over the world now?
If it can, we'll see it happen. We'll have front row seats. Okay, so it is now did I save compile? Basic components, copy the latest agent components, and then run it. See if it uses the code properly. It does not. Okay, let's simplify it a little bit.
I think we don't need the with sync thing.
This. Let's try that. New lines have a weird effect on the model. It seems.
I think I've heard the cat throw down something. Let me check what is going on.
Okay. So for those joining us, we are trying to get the BabyAGI to buy something from the ExpressAI store using the browser, which would be kind of cool. And we can see what it is, what its task list is, and what it is thinking, and the last tool results here on screen. So that's nice to see what it's trying to do. So let's kind of see it struggle at the task. And so for people who don't know, this is currently the Express AI XAI GPT Agent Toolkit that we're using. Very cool. Almost 200 stars. Love to reach 100 stars. And yeah. Let's kind of see it working for a little bit.
Yeah, the tool result looks like it's not picking up on the prompt.
Yeah, it was doing fine previously, which is weird.
Also, like, can we tell it to use the scratchpad for, like, it feels like it should be keeping notes about what it's doing, right? And does it have the task list and the tool results as its
Yeah,
inputs for that?
yeah. The task should have.
Like, it feels like the scratchpad tool should be something that an agent is doing. So it's getting the task list and the tool results, and it should be like, my current state is something like that.
We could kind of force that, actually. So right now, okay, so let's make it so that it has to get the scratchpad tool, runs the tool, and they can add stuff to it. Add stuff to it. So what if the executor always got the latest scratchpad just appended to it? Wow, that's a lot of stuff for the scratchpad. Okay, the scratchpad is empty. Okay, let's find the executor real quick. So the executor agent, I think it's the first one here, right? Yeah. So it gets the context scratchpad. And then if there is, yeah, it will get the scratchpad added to the prompt. So yeah, it gets
Order placed successfully is what I put onto the
yeah, loves to make stuff up.
So here again, you still have scratch path there instead of scratch pad. Right above that.
Yeah.
And maybe like your thoughts on this task or something.
Yeah, your thoughts, and then get rid of the new line, because like new line is very special too. Very special, apparently.
But I mean, it is putting like plenty of new lines there anyway.
Yeah, so I think it's important to separate things in new lines, but if you have one thing with a new line in it, it will kind of start ignoring.
Can you put stuff like 3 dashes between those things?
I don't think it's
so
required. So what I'm saying is that, like, remember how it was putting like the the things, the summarize this thing, right? Now it's not doing it. What was the difference? So before I had, a new line, same sentence, just new line, summarize your things by whatever. But if I kept it in one line, now it's able to kind of keep those things together. So,
interesting.
yeah, it might be something like that. So maybe you want to have like a double quote.
No, put a put asterisks around the things.
Like here?
Like around the prompt. No. The other way around. So it's like, yeah, so it can, around it, like you're trying to make it bold.
Oh, okay.
Because I think it learned a lot of stuff in Markdown. That's the reason why it likes to output it that much.
Yeah. That would be a thing. We need to figure out a way to limit the size of things. That's something that happens here. It doesn't happen so much in the original BabyAGI because it doesn't really do that much.
We do generate longer outputs and like tracebacks and stuff.
Yeah, it just completely ignores the Python thing, but it was doing it well before when I said to use the headless thing. Let me. Wait. Let's say right. You must use the following code.
And then put it into a code.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of avoiding.
Interesting that it put stuff into the task list now. Like task 1. Sync API. And the empty is there, so you know what. Like that is literally an empty thing. I guess.
Need
that.
Like I messed something up here.
Yeah.
Let's do this again. Okay. Let's try it. Okay, so that's a good amount of code that it made up. I think maybe it might be worth having like I should try that. Explain how to do this to an old lady type of thing. Nothing against old ladies. But like if I could get it to explain what to do step by step, I have the feeling it would have an easier time doing browser stuff, because right now it's just like trying to make the one script to automate the browser, which is good because when it fails because it can't find something, it then tries something else, but it has never looked at the HTML.
Yeah. Investigate the timeout error in the previous Python script.
Yeah.
Increase the timeout. Yeah, maybe it's not really timing out.
Yeah, it likes to think, because the error is that it timed out. So it's like, okay, well, if that's the error, then just increase the time. Maybe it's really slow.
Yeah.
I love it how it faked the order receipt. Yeah, wish. And yeah, check if it's already in the cart. And that's a good thing. If it would actually, not do this the way it's doing. So that's unfortunate. But what if I had a curl tool? I guess we should try. It's going to be doing this for a while. So there's two ideas. One is to get the executor to run the tool, and then have another executor get access to this output, and then make a decision of what to do, type of thing.
So how do our agents currently work? Let's kind of go through everything and discuss it a little.
Yeah. Okay. So there's
from the graphical perspective.
Yeah. So from the graphical perspective, there's first the loop, right? So this is where it starts. The first thing it does is we call the task executor component, which takes the tasks and the objective, and I think there is, it'll take the tasks and then do something. 1 second. Let's check. Yeah, it takes the first task, right, out of the task list, gets a context from the objective, right? Then we do the scratchpad thing.
Like make the context available to show.
I guess the context, like we can see the context here. Yeah, it's like
it's kind of scrolling away rather quickly.
Yeah. Relevant context. Investigate the timeout error. Develop a task list. So it's essentially the task names of the most relevant tasks, kind of thing. If I'm not mistaken, that's what get sorted context does. So there's things that can be improved there, I think, when you think about it. Then, okay, so essentially we get the context and the scratch pad, and then we plug that into the prompt. The prompt that is by default, this one, you are the first one. You are an AI who performs one task based on the following objective. Here are the previously completed tasks, and that's the context. Your thoughts, your tasks, your tools. Then tells it how to use a tool, right? And then ends with response. So it generates some text from that, and we print the result. So you can see the result is tool Python exec, import playwright, blah, 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 blah. Then we take that action to the tool runner. The tool runner runs the code, or runs any tool that we have, and then outputs it again. And then you can see it says running tool. And then for the Python, if there's any bang, pip, whatever, it will execute those. And then it runs the code. This is the code that is going to run. Then when it's done, there's the output, standard out, standard error, like that. So that result So we run the tool, that's the result. The result gets added to the task. We add that as an attribute into the memory.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm thinking, do we read the results? Get sorted context, get sorted context. Does the query and returns the task. And executor might never see the result.
Yeah, let's scroll through the thing and see.
Yeah, I might never
what-
see the result.
Can I scroll up a little bit more? I'm kind of looking for, I think you're outputting the prompt somewhere.
I am not. So yeah, the executor doesn't see the result. The creator, though, does. So the task creator sees the objective, the result, the task that it was trying to do, and then it takes the entire list and then makes a new task list based off of that. So, I guess that kind of works when you think about it, right? Like, because the task there's a result, and then maybe there's some issues in there. And so it creates a task, fill out this thing or something like that, right? And the result is really big, right? So if we start adding this into the prompt for the executor, it's going to run out of space real quick. Yeah, right now it's check if system requirements are good enough.
Yeah, that was me, sorry. I
okay.
told it to not mangle email addresses.
I see. So yeah, that is, so that's what happens. Then the task creator sends that to the prioritizer, which will then, based off the objective and all the tasks, reorder it. Then we set the variable and sleep for a few seconds, and that's it. That's the main loop. And I did add a critic before running the tool runner. It doesn't seem to work too well, but the idea was
So
that you would take.
Oh, you don't have the critic anymore.
Yeah, the BabyAGI doesn't have, like, BabyAGI proper doesn't have a critic, but I did see that AutoGPT did have a critic, and so I made one, but the prompt is just not good enough, I think, and it doesn't run very well. It doesn't seem to do anything. Like, the critic just says, nope, looks good, let's go with it, run with it. So yeah, I need to maybe find another prompt for the critic or something like that. And this is disappointing. I wanted to see it, browsing the pages.
Yeah, that's
very annoying.
Let's see. And the next step we
can do that. That is crazy. That is like crazy. Is this real?
Yeah, that's where it goes into, like, okay, that guy wants to just burn tokens.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, hold on. Let me find this. I'm going to force it. So in Python spec, when we are executing Python, split the lines, then we include the line with the new line, but we will replace this with the Python code that we want. Chromium.launch, what we want is chromium.connect over CDP.
Yeah.
That will force the issue. Let's get it to stop burning tokens. Stream connection lost. Connection reset error. That's an interesting one. And then run it.
Okay, let's see what it will do. Okay, so it starts with the first task, which is develop a task list.
Yeah, that's hard-coded.
Okay.
Name async IO is not defined, which makes sense. Could maybe remove the sleep for the Python code.
We could also remove the sleep 5 that's in the circuits file.
Yeah. Well, we actually don't want to remove that one. If it's too small, causes problems.
Ah, I see.
We want a sleep. It doesn't have to be 5 seconds. I think 3 works okay. Okay, so let's compile it. Copy it over. And execute. So in terms of UI, it's not too bad. Like having the task list here, and things. So the people who eventually use the ExpressAI platform to develop these things, we could provide a completely Jupyter Lab experience, right, where there's like a little pane, then we teach the people how to do it right.
Yeah.
Or we could develop a separate thing so that you have your circuits file, and you go back here, and then we have our list here, and you can watch, the thing executing outside. Module playwright has no. Async with playwright Chromium connect this browser. Yeah, it's going to have some problems because it's not generating that code. We're forcing it.
It should be kind of fine as soon as it generates the right thing. Like it should syntax error, await out of a function.
Because it's doing await run here.
Yeah.
So eventually, once it figures out how to code Python, we should see it do stuff.
Okay, pip freeze, grab playwright, pip install playwright. It thinks it's not installed.
Yeah. It's kind of weird because in the button thing, it eventually got it. So I mean, I guess that works. Or it should work.
It feels like the memory isn't working yet well.
Hmm. And we can debug the element prompt. So let me do that. Go up here and look at the LLM call. Can print.
Is it doing something now? Like or did it hallucinate the waiting for?
It might have hallucinated it.
Apparently it made things run, but the way how we were forcing it didn't force it.
Oh, God damn it. Why?
Yeah, let's check what exactly you tried to force.
Let's see.
I think it's
Chromium.launch. This equals false.
why Actually just why didn't that work?
If I do have this other thing where if it doesn't use code blocks, it just adds the entire script and runs it like that.
I see.
Because I mean, GPT-4 is quite smart, but 3.5, it's a little, it's a little loose when it comes to following instructions. So maybe that's why. But this should have worked, right? Like if we're doing it correctly, or if it did it correctly.
Yeah, I think so. It would create like a new incognito window, though, because of the new page.
See, there is only one window here, so that makes sense. What did it say here? Did not overlap with the in. Yeah, that's just the prompt. I haven't seen the prompt in a long time, so like when I was scanning it kind of seemed weird.
Oh, but let's. So, is that the thing? Like your tools, is that literally the Python dump?
It does the tools as JSON. It also does the tasks as JSON and stuff like that.
Yeah, can you scroll up a little bit, just so I can take a look at that? Okay, task as JSON makes kinda sense. Tools as JSON?
And it's doing it.
Yeah. Yeah. But why not give it the entire thing as JSON then? Like the entire prompt? Or like
I mean,
all the inner things.
That could work. I don't necessarily see that not working. How is it able to do that? What did I do wrong? Or is it still the old one? It might be still the old one.
And maybe that's still the old one. It takes a while. It's like the last thing that gets updated is this thing. Like it's doing all the stuff, it's getting into all of the timeouts, and only then it updates that. Would be nice if it updated it like after every step or something, but yeah, that's probably going to be annoying.
We could do it. It's just going to be a little annoying. Hold on.
Okay, now we have an update, and it still uses Chromium launch headless equals false.
Why is it doing that?
I mean, instead of replacing it per line, we could, maybe like change the code. Like the tool code.
Yeah.
Thing. We'll run the code. Where does it turn the code that you've added there into the code that it is going to run?
File name, you write lines code.
So you would need to run code equals. Where does it get?
Yeah, I write lines.
So we don't want to replace tool code.
Just write tool code.
The tool code is something that it gets.
Yeah. So the code is appended by lines, right? So
it's code equals, and then we do a list comprehension. Like
yeah, but that's the same thing here.
That list.
Like,
yeah, but then you're doing it in a dozen different places.
like that.
You would have thought that forcing it.
Good. The playwright has no attribute Chromium.
Yeah, makes sense.
Anyway, let's save that. Copy it. To do it correctly. It's annoying that it kind of gets stuck when doing something. I'm not sure what. Like, I think it's OpenAI. Like they block interrupts when they're doing their calls for probably selfish reasons.
Probably. Well, you're not streaming it, so you don't want to interrupt it anyway.
True.
I like the order comments. Please process this order as soon as possible. Billing address, assistant, AI assistant at Express AI.
1233 San Francisco.
Yes.
You know what else it could be? It could be playwright as well. Playwright probably does it. Okay, this implement vector browser playwright. It's amazing if it got around it that way.
Yes, play.chromium launch. Oh, you don't want headless? F you.
Yeah. It's like, fuck you, GPT-3. Touche, man. Touche. But I know you're going to forget it.
I'm going to show you.
Yeah. Do you think you can beat? You think you can outsmart me? Do you realize who I am? You know. I'm gonna switch headphones real quick because I think I'm just like allergic to these AirPod things. One sec. Okay,
So, yeah, I hear you.
I hear you too.
It looks like. So, is it running the new code already, or?
Yeah. Okay, cool. Now it is. Now it is doing the thing.
You sure?
This up.
The latest thing is Chromium launch headless false.
Well, one of the launches has launched it correctly, at least. Is it incognito mode? I'm expecting the debug thing. It doesn't show up, and that's really weird. I think we can leave that minimized.
I mean, the debug thing, I think you only get that if you open it manually. Well, I think we do need to replace, I'm pretty sure it's not running the latest code. Because it's like still not replacing the Chromium launch headless equals false every time.
What in the world? What in the world is going on? Headless equals false. Is the line replace not a replace all?
It should be. It should like be in one place. Yes, note, all occurrences of the specified phrase will be replaced if nothing else is specified.
Did I misspell it?
No, looks right to me.
Yeah.
I mean, we also do see it like do things. Like it has replaced it once at least.
Yeah. There it is. It is replaced it. So if that's the case, we should see something.
They still failed due to unrelated reasons.
Yeah, I think it failed to unrelated reasons.
Cannot import name page from Pale Sync API.
It's funny, it also made it like hello world script. Or was that
just to make sure that it works at all.
Yeah.
And again, Playwright Chromium launch.
What? Why? Hold on.
I think you haven't restarted it in between.
Maybe. Okay, I have saved it. This is the run tool. I'm copying it to the click button place in the right place. So that should work.
I wonder whether, like, the instance thing is confusing it a little bit, at least.
Instance?
Oh yeah. So if you go to the prompt,
Oh,
say
right. The instance is new. Yeah. That could be a thing. So before, the tools didn't have this instance deal. There's just the spec. So I think I could just print out the spec when it comes to the tools. It has no attribute stealth. What is it trying to do? Launch the missiles, of course.
that and it's kind of trying to avoid your replacement of.
How does it know? How can it know? Okay, there's the prioritizer. There's my executor.
I guess I'll have to.
I don't have like an old run tool. Yeah, run tool is the same. Is the simple thing. Yeah. I didn't like forgot run tool thing. Okay, so tools. Instead of tools.value, I will create a list of tool spec tool in. So tools.values dot items.
Somehow I have no idea how it is still avoiding, like, does it have non-visible white space or something that Python ignores?
That can't be possible. Scary, but shouldn't be possible. So we have foo, bar, and bar bez, dot items, dot values, dot keys.
Yeah, I think you want values.
Yes. I think so. It's ridiculous, whatever it is. Okay, before I do run this code, you might not be saving the right stuff. I mean, that's the other thing. So I can just join with new lines code.
But that is before you change it on the printf here, at least.
Let's put that here. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with it, unless it happens to have like a weird H or something like that. That would be nuts. Possible. Still nuts.
Oh, you mean that could be like what it is reporting to us is not what it is running?
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking real quick. But also, like these could be like Greek letters or something like that. You know, like some other.
Yeah.
That could be it because I did copy it from the output. So,
I mean, what is the thing? Yeah, so on our print there, I think we can't do it like that. We can only reference like a variable. Yeah. And what are we reporting to the UI? Like what value is that?
Here, that is
where does that come from?
the results.
I mean, it should be something coming from here.
Yeah. So the essentially, hold on. Yes, it's like Python exec output standard outs, then error.
But yeah, that's the output. That's what we have as
the executor. The executor, when it runs the tools, has this result, right? And then the tool runner adds. It takes the tools and then does action value new line, then appends every output of every tool. And then adds
so
that
that
into
means by
test.
running that tool and replacing what it runs, we don't actually see the code that it is running.
Yeah, the action value is the code that it's running. So the action
but we are
has the output.
replacing it. Or are we?
Yeah. List object has no attribute values.
I guess it's already a list, not a dictionary. Yeah. So my point was like we don't see it come up in the our watcher because the thing that we are changing is not the thing that we are showing, like where we are forcing it.
Mm-hmm.
So when we occasionally see it, it's not because we have successfully forced it or unsuccessfully forced it. It's because that's one of the cases where it actually has used what's in the prompt.
Possibly. Let's fix this error. What's in the prompt? Yes. Yes, exactly. But over here, it should be what on the right-hand side. That is what we are executing. The prompt will get the output of the prompt, which will have the original thing.
Yeah. Oh, now it's using the scratchpad again.
That's nice. Might have been right. That instance could have been throwing it off a little bit. So that's interesting.
I can use the Python library Playwright to automate the browser. I will have to connect to an existing browser tab using Playwright Chromium Connect over CDP method.
Yes. Thank you for remembering. Now, hopefully that works.
Oh, it's producing some code now, currently.
Yep.
Like I've seen it put it out there. Okay, now it's using both Scratchpad and Python exec. It is using Connect over CDP.
Sweet.
And it says, yeah, modern Playwright has no Chromium. Makes sense.
Mm. Kind of wondering if task is the right thing for it.
Interesting. It's reducing the size of the code that it...
Yeah. It kind of doesn't have the code that it used before. So in a sense, it might actually be like that critic agent. If I can get the prompt right, like it could be, this is the code that existed before, because we haven't written it yet. This is the code that the person wants, or the agent is saying we need to run. This is the objective. Modify the code to fit the objective, kind of thing. May or may not work. Bastard.
It has hallucinated one response.
Response 1.
Yeah. Tool results. Search for vector starter on the website. Interesting.
Yeah, that's kind of why I'm thinking.
So there is a functionality. It means it needs to work differently from what we've done so far. But so there are several modes that the OpenAI API has, right? There's the chat,
right.
There's the insert, and there's the edit. So there could be an editor as an agent who kind of gets the code, and given a the instruction could be fix this error. If we get one, I'll try it. If not, I'll have to kind of bounce in a minute.
Okay.
Interesting. The tool results go into... is it trying to read It's like rereading the scratch pad.
The tool results. Yes, the tool, the scratch pad tool does read out the scratch pad. And you can have multiple tools in the thing, so it makes sense.
Okay, come on. Update this thing so I can copy the error message that we just had.
Module is not callable. That so sad. It has like it's so much code for such a simple error, and it's because the API is just what it doesn't understand, you know. So it has to constantly relearn that the API has changed, and then try to fix it. And I wonder if it's necessary to run with the latest version of Chrome, this newer version of Playwright. Because if we could use the latest Chrome with an older version of Playwright, it'd be a lot more efficient. We didn't have to do that every time. Yeah, I probably need a. What would a browser tool be like? You could make a browser tool.
Interesting. So the editing thing appears to work. So given code and just the error message, it will change the code. I mean, I'm not sure whether it is doing it right, but it will change the code. So that could be something to have as a step. Like if it's not successful.
Like every time? If the run is not successful.
Yeah. If stdr is not empty, then
something we hard
put
code.
stdr to and try it out. Anyway, I need to bounce now.
Okay. I will.
You should probably also go to bed.
Do that. There's still a couple hours.
Until the sun comes up, you mean?
Yeah. So yeah, like that idea is interesting. Like I'm not sure if the tool runner should have the hard-coded notion of Python failing, or if it's something that like any tool can have a success or fail. And if it failed, then it can do something.
So it depends. Like there should be a repair tool. And because so there are two editing models. There's a text editing model and a code editing model.
I see.
And yeah, I think that it's probably could do something. useful? I have no idea.
Yeah, gotta give it a shot. Though I kind of think that having a browser tool, an explicit one, would probably work better.
I think so too.
So I'm gonna try that.
Can you make the browser tool use something like W3M or links so that it can get to see the
Render?
screen that way?
Possibly. I have the feeling there was a W3M Pi.
Is that?
No, it's not this one. But I remember there is
There's a readability
yeah,
thing.
but I don't think it's
Apparently.
necessary. Like that but just having the HTML is not necessarily like it can figure that out in general. It's less token efficient, yes. But because to click on things, it will need to know the H.
Would it? Like
What does it need to know the HTML if it has
it
input
could
name?
be like click on or like press button and then some text, and then like it depends on how we use the tool or how we tell it that it can use the tool.
Yeah. Just failing too much at this thing because it's like, okay, let's make the tool. Free products button. Yeah, it needs to look. So I think we need a tool. The thing is when you think of like the BabyAGI loop, a tool where it says browse website and get the output HTML. It'd have to be like click something or input something. So there has to be like a kind of simple language for those things, which is I think it's doable. Only one way to find out. We can give it a real quick shot. Or I could do it and then you can bounce. So let's create a tool. To the other two people watching, we're going to create a new tool. So how to create a tool in the toolkit. Let's go to, for example, the SQLite tool. The SQLite tool is a good example of it, which is, I think, the first one here. So there's two parts to a tool spec, which explains the tool how to use the tool. Then there's the component, and the component kind of needs to have a run tool method, which will do the thing. So let's put tool spec browser. So spec browser allows you to interact, to perform an action with a browser. And output the resulting HTML. Example, tool browser. Perform
Okay, I'm trying to like tell it that it has a tool that is a browser, and it's like, sorry, as an AI model, I don't have the tool browser.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's annoying because OpenAI has this kind of anti-crawling policy, and it's like trained the bots to not want to crawl. So you have to be careful with what words you use, and it's kind of annoying. So either like we need to put the browser as like shows the user how to perform these actions or something like that. Yeah, maybe that like shows the user which step to perform in a browser and outputs the resulting HTML. I think I'll keep this backtick thing because that's kind of useful by writing the commands within Markdown code blocks, browser, then go to http://google.com, input, let's click on Google, google.com, and inspect this thing. Yeah, that's not going to look so well. Title search. Title search or type search. I think that works. Let's put a title equals search and the value. What should it search for? Chunky bacon.
Yeah, chunky bacon is good.
Yeah.
But it may find only Ruby related things.
Yeah. Go to that and then click. And then the search button is aria label value. Google search. Maybe let's do that. Search.
Oh, interesting. I've tried it so I've tried it from Technologic, where I can't currently select the type of message, and now I've tried it with the Playground, where I have given it my thing as a system message, and then as the user asked it to use that to create a script. And yeah, it kind of imagined some functionality that the thing that I gave it doesn't have. But still, it is kind of useful. That shows that telling it stuff in the, like what it has available in the system message makes it a lot more likely to not crap out. Well, anyway, it is time for me to drop now.
Okay.
Well, if you're still streaming when I come back, I'm going to join again.
Okay.
I want to see whether your browser tool will do something, like whether it will use it. But I guess I can ask you tomorrow if anything else.
Yeah. What is the ARG? I don't know. Maybe like CDP.
Okay, so good luck with that.
Okay.
We'll talk tomorrow. Bye.
Yep. Like, I'll put tool spec browser. And then we run the code, browser, split the lines, and I'm not sure if this is the best way of doing things. Like we could just make it be exactly the Playwright API. But kind of a little bit more succinct. Yeah, I think that might work. So you do go to, so essentially we're going to take the Python code to do stuff, right? Code to, or how do you write a string to add input with the attribute title? How do you search? Okay, then we'll have this. So essentially everything other than the page, we automate the page thing, right? And how to click button with the value. Search. I see there's a click Google search. That's cool. Oh god. Okay. Do it this way. Then the browser output, whatever. Okay. Then in the tool we find the code, and then all we need that. Just have the code, right? And we do the preamble that we want. It should be something like this. Do it here. I think so. Okay. Do these things. Okay, typing thing. We do need these. And sync Playwright with browsers. Is that a thing? Find out. I import Playwright. And then do this. Yeah, that's not a thing. Let's go here. Okay, so let's see if this works. Chromium is not defined. We have to yeah, gotta look it up again. I hate playwright. Playwright Python example. I hate this website too. Okay, so this is more or less what it is. We have sync playwright. That's all we need. And then what we want is a with sync playwright as playwright, and Chrome is equal to playwright dot Chrome dot. Did I not have that? Playwright dot Chromium. What we want. Connect over CDP. Then instead of new page and go to and whatever, for code in, or yeah, for action in code, we will do eval, it's an evil, page dot action. Okay, and then going to want playwright get page source. Page.content. Makes sense? Oops. Okay. And then the res plus equals after all the actions, content, and we close the browser. Something like that. May or may not work. So let's find out. Okay, so that's pretty cool. Now we should have a new browser tool. So let's get rid of the Python tool. little too powerful. Okay, then we'll add the new tool we made, browser tool. Okay, and give ourselves some space. After we've specified the memory, CDP address we never actually used. So we'll just change that. http://localhost 9222. Yeah. So we submit that. Then we define the Scratchpad tool and tool spec. That would be tool number 2. Okay, cool. So we have a browser tool, hard-coded to use the thing, so that should be easier. Let's go back. Browser tool, execute, CDP address. Didn't use it. It's okay. We've hard-coded it for now. But yeah, it's CDP address.value. Okay, so let's save that. Generate the Python code, copy it to the virtual machine, and run it and see if it will use the browser. That would be kind of cool if it did. It would be cooler if I could embed the browser in here, but there's problems with that. Object has no attribute path. I'm trying to, I forgot the SQLite thing in here. Okay, no more SQLite in here. I think so. Copy. Okay, as there's a few people here, I could explain what's going on. So this is my BabyAGI based AutoGPT toolkit built on top of Xircuits, which is what you see here. And Xircuits is a Jupyter Lab environment, or like a visual programming environment for Jupyter Lab. It allows you to connect things without having to program it. But every one of these modules, if you right click and open the script, it is just code, so you can customize it as much as you need. So you're never limited by things. And the way that it works essentially is, the way that Python works, like the way code works. So pretty easy to get started there. And I have essentially the BabyAGI kind of broken down into components in here, and that's how it's being used. And right now we have a objective to go to my website and buy something and apply a promo code so that it gets it for free and it doesn't have to enter credit card numbers. And I want it to use this browser that I already have open, because if I can, like log into Gmail and then give it a task to like look at the inbox and things like that, I don't need to give it like a password. You don't need to worry about one-time passwords and things like that. It's already using all the sessions in the browser, and that's what I want it to do. So it is going nuts with this. It has no attribute connect over CDP. Okay, so that is a problem. Let's check that out again. And if anybody ever has any questions, feel free to ask. Okay, I'm going to Python here, import import playwright. And from playwright.sync API import sync playwright. Okay. Then with sync play. Its width is a problem, but doesn't matter. I can do sync right is equal to right enter. Okay, so here it is that. Now I should be able to do Chrome is equal to playwright.connect over CDP. Two. It doesn't have, so what does it have? I see. So this is playwright chromium.connect over CDP. What's missing here? Okay, so that's good. Now, if I have a go-to, all right, I don't have a page. Does this work? Chrome. Chrome. What does Chrome have? Chrome has context, new page, new browser CDP session. Interesting. Is connected. Be true. Chrome.context list. We have one context, and what can I do with that? Let's do new page on that. Ah. Okay, then I can do page.goto. http:// secure here. Google.com. We're at Google. Cool. Okay, so we just need to add that code here. So we connect to Chrome. Then if we'll have a if len of chrome.context is greater than 0. And the context will be chrome.context 0. No, we'll just do the page. Page is equal to context 0 dot new page. Else, there was a new context. Yeah. Otherwise, we want page is equal to chrome.new context, a new page, something like that. Okay, so then after that, page will be defined, and the BabyAGI should be able to do some stuff with that page. Okay, then let's close this. Back here. Run the BabyAGI thing. And see what it does. It might do something cool. And if I can get it to automate the browser, then the next thing I'm going to do is connect it to a bot in Discord. Aha, so we can see it's going to go to the shop. Then it's going to try to click a button and then do some stuff. So it's doing the thing that it like always does, tries to do a bunch of stuff. And the problem is that every time it runs the tool, I'm opening a new thing. So that is not ideal. Okay, so we're going to okay, so we're going to check. We're going to use instance variables here. So if the tool has, so when we execute, I'm going to set self.chrome is equal to none. And then if not self.chrome, we're going to create it. Can't do it with the width. So I'm going to do, and I guess we'll put a sync self.playwright. Won't matter too much. So we'll do self.playwright is equal to sync.playwright.enter. And then self.chrome is going to be that hard-coded thing. Okay. And so that will get us the Chrome. And then you're using the self-Chrome otherwise. I think we'll do the same thing with the page. So if there is a page, so if not self.page, I'm going to create a page. Okay, and then we'll evaluate everything based off of self.page. And I think we'll just skip closing the browser completely. And then we'll make another, we'll do something else later on. Like we'll just close the things manually. Okay, so let's resynchronize. Run it. And this task list takes a while to update, so don't mind it too much. Yeah, let's see. So I'll, whoops, that's not the button I wanted to press. Okay, so let's close these up so we can have a blank page. Okay, it has a few things that it's trying to run. Go to player has no attribute parameter. Is that new or old? Let's see. Okay, running tool browser. Please use the async again. Something is not happy right now. It's hallucinating how everything is working, so we can, yeah, it needs to not do that. Is there an error? You can see that looks like you're using a play instead of inside of the async IO loop. Am I? I do not think so. It has, I mean, its task list is perfectly fine. And it's kind of imagining the results, which is kind of a problem. But action pickings don't playwright. You do not have playwright. You have to use the browser. Oh, I'm sorry. You know. Let's see. It makes a whole lot of tasks. That's for sure. I think I'm going to debug this. I think we'll want to debug this here. So do import pdb, pdb dot set trace. Yes, a debugger at the location we want. I'll give it a sec. I'm going to over and run it. Okay, so this go to seems perfectly reasonable. But it's not using the tool syntax that we have, so it has to use colon tool something and then use the backticks. I don't think it is doing that, so it hasn't stopped yet. Really wants to use the playwright library. And what I know, like I know it can. It's just really inefficient and it doesn't do anything the right way. That's why it doesn't work so well. So, let's see. To results, tool browser. This should be okay. Tool browser. Click add to cart. That's not going to do anything. So scratch pad. Yeah, it's making everything up. But why is the tool browser not getting called? Is there a reason why the browser is not running? I don't think I need to see the L1 thing anymore, so I'll get rid of this. Okay. So 2:30 in the morning. But I really do want to get this done. First task, install Playwright. Don't have Python. Can't use it. I don't allow it. Running tool browser. Tool browser. Tool browser. Did not stop. Okay, so now it's doing all sorts of running tool browsers. It is not stopping where I'm expecting it to stop. That is weird. Okay, let's go to the self.page place. Running tool browser, splitting the lines. And I would not hit this if it's just this way. Okay, so regardless of, as long as it's calling the browser tool, that should do the thing. Okay, so it's trying to go to Xircuits shop. So let's continue. The tool code, print that. And we have this Python thing, but it shouldn't matter. Go next. Okay, lines, doing things. Okay, so now we're at the res. So right now, code is go to Xircuits shop. Import Playwright, some API. There's no Chrome. Entering. Connecting. Playwright has no attribute error. Did I not do this just now? Oh, that's why. Okay. It is very annoying. This Playwright has the worst API. Okay, so now that makes sense. So essentially it would fail there, and then the exception would get added to the string, and that's it. They just do that over and over again. Okay, so that's good. Yeah, later on, I'm just going to get ChatGPT to fix all this stuff for me. That'd be kind of cool.
Okay, so, oops, I forgot to remove the debugger. So let's do that. Think we're good. We don't need the debugger anymore. Fairly confident that now it should work. Famous last words. Okay, so it is doing stuff. It's hard to see both at the same time. But if I were to, yeah, I don't think I can do both at the same time. Is it outputting? Is it outputting the string? Browse. Wait 5. I'm not sure if that's going to work. It thinks we're using ninja forms. So that is a thing. Task creator agent. Okay, so it saw that it had to wait for things. It couldn't do that. So it will continue. Actually, you know what I do think I can do? It's like not as good as RDP, but I'll just disconnect from RDP. I connect to Proxmox. That's just not. This is it. There we go. I'm just going to do that this way for now. It has gone to the vector starter page. That is quite amazing. And it's trying to put in credit card numbers and stuff. So that's not going to work right now. And that's kind of why I gave it the coupon code to get it for free. So let's just wait. It might figure it out. Could take a little bit. Running the browser tool does take some time though, so that's kind of annoying. We have to wait for it to time out. Which one is it running? There is starter buy now. Yeah, there's no buy now button. There is an add to cart button. So gotta really check if it is receiving the content. It is not, because this is page.content. It needs to be self.page.content. So it's completely flying blind, so I can't fault it. Let's synchronize that and run it again. And yeah, can't express how much I want this to be embedded in here. There you go. It's using Vector Starter. The timing that we update this has to change a little bit, I think, because it's kind of doing it after the fact, but we want to show the task list before the fact, I think. Let's see if we can figure it out. Okay, now it's creating a new set of tasks. Prioritizing, and then we should be able to see the new task list over here on the right side. Okay, navigate to the checkout page, enter the promo code. Okay, it's going back to the shop. And we have exceeded the thing. Okay, so that is kind of a problem. 4,097 tokens. We are out of tokens. We're going to take $2,000 tokens from the page. Maybe 1,000 tokens from the page. Instead, let's see if that helps. It might not. And if it wasn't 2 a.m., I'd have it ordering pizza, but it's 2 a.m., so even if it ordered pizza, it's not gonna arrive anytime, and not gonna arrive anytime useful. So let's see if we can figure it out. Task, find element, task, find element, task. That's kind of funny. It's not wrong. It's got to find stuff. It's getting it right. It says add to cart button on the Vector Starter product page, so that is good. That's pretty good. That's promising. But is it hallucinating it, or is it actually doing it? Find feature product banner, click Vector Starter. That it could only know if it's been reading the page, I think. Then find the thing with add to cart and click the button. Okay, so that's all good. It says invalid syntax line 1. And okay, so I think that's kind of fair. Yeah, so it's trying to, it's giving itself comments, which I think is actually nice, because then we could like format this much better. But here we're like not ignoring the comments. So if we have the code, if action starts with that, we'll just do a not, and then we eval the code. So that should make it work better for comments. Run that again. we can close these pages. Every time we run it, it's going to open a new tab. So might as well do it that way. It's trying to execute Python. That's not going to work. It doesn't have access to Python because I haven't given it access. I think that's an important part of what we're trying to do in Express AI, which is the agent can't just do whatever it wants. We're giving it explicitly tools, and we're saying what it has access to and what it should be able to use. So if I say, you only have access to this Google Drive folder, it should not have the capability to access another Google Drive folder. That way, I'm not just letting it loose on all of my files, because it could decide to delete everything because that's what it thought it would need it to do. So being able to set the boundaries for these agents is super important for getting them to actually do something. Yeah, so that's why we're doing it this way. So for this one, I feel like to accomplish the task that I want it to accomplish, it shouldn't need access to Python. So yeah, it shouldn't need it. So I didn't give it to it. Okay, so the task results, tool browser, go to, and it's kind of doing stuff. Let's see if there's output. Target page context of browser has been closed. Let's restart that. But because it is running eval, it might get a little creative, which is the scary part. We'll kind of see. Okay, so it has now opened it. And done the things. And is it gonna do anything? It is running stuff, so maybe give it a sec. While I figure out how to use Google Drive on my phone. Giving up. Google Drive just sucks way too much on the phone. It's terrible. Okay, so the thing that's taking a long time is it has generated a ton of browser commands, and those things don't exist on the page, and it's waiting for them to exist on the page. Then that takes a while. Doesn't have a chance. I mean, it will see those errors next time around. This is going to be very interesting. There might be a more efficient way of doing it, but it's not generic, right? Like in this case, I know that the button is not there, right? Like it's waiting for something that doesn't exist. But that's not the general case. It could be that something just takes 2 or 3 seconds to exist. So we can't like hard code that whatever it does needs to exist automatically. That's not right. So, darn. Why does that happen? That's annoying. Oh, we can start again. I kind of wonder if the RabbitMQ thing should be I think I know what it is. The context is blocking. So the RabbitMQ context, the blocking client that we're using, it needs to ping back to the RabbitMQ every few seconds, if like 30 seconds or something like that. And if it doesn't, the connection will get closed. So that's what happened here. The browser executing things took so long that it lost its connection to RabbitMQ. And then when it tried to send the update of its thoughts and its task list and stuff like that, it couldn't connect, and it died. There is ways to fix that. And it's probably necessary because of, not just the browser, but everything that the bot does could actually take quite a long time. So yeah. So this is another case. It's probably going to fail again because of the RabbitMQ thing. I mean, you can increase the timeout for RabbitMQ, but here I kind of feel like maybe the tool should only accept a single code block at a time. I do think it wasn't that crazy. So if you how do you prevent connection lost using pickup? No, that's not what I wanted. How do you prevent connection lost? Timeout. Code. Yeah, it's this heartbeat mechanism that's the problem. Okay, it's dumb. How to use blocking connection with threads. It's nice when you know what it is you want. So there's the worker thread. Yeah, that's not helpful. I remember seeing it somewhere else. I have seen it somewhere else. I'm not 100% sure where. Anyway, we can see it. It's still going. It's not too slow, so it's still going. That's pretty good. We have shop. The browser has posted some stuff. I really do hope that's not all of the output, because that's way too small. It's like super small. That's not 1,000 characters. One sec. Let me just double check that. Token checker. And tokenizer. It's 500. It's 200 tokens. But also kind of weird. I was expecting expecting it to be a little bit different. As in the page content would be like the visible content, not necessarily that. But maybe there's another thing. That's the playwright. To get just the visible playwright. Yeah, I'm kind of using page content anyway. Ah, visible true. I see. That is an important bit, I think. Content visible is true. And then this is characters, not tokens. So I think we'll do 2,000, 4,000 at max. Okay. Let's kill that. Also, can I make it be a little bit smarter? Code blocks. Do not assume that elements are on the page. Use the tool to discover the correct selectors. I think that might help a little bit. Okay, so let's go back here. New page open. has opened a new page. Let's see if it's going to go to the shop. It should. Okay, it's going to go to the shop. Click on Vecto Starter, click Add to Cart, click on View Cart, which is good. But will it get those right is the big question. And that's one of the hard parts about this task. When you add it to the cart, what happens is a shopping cart pops up here. You go to Shop, go to Starter, Add to Cart. This is what you have to click. And of course, it's not going to be in the page when it starts, so that makes the task quite difficult. Maybe I should ask it to do only one thing at a time. That way, it kind of completes the, like right now there's kind of a disconnect between the task list, which is a bunch of things, and then the filling of stuff. Like it's doing multiple things. It's going to the shop. It's looking for this coupon code, but you know, like what about the view cart stuff? None of that is actually being done. Let me also add that, I guess. Only the action related to the task. Let's try that. Probably going to ignore me because I know how it thinks. So I don't expect much. But you know, it might be kind of cool if it worked. So we're going to get rid of these things. Okay, just opened up this tab. And I hate that weather thing so much. What is it trying to do? Yeah, it's like trying to do all the things. And the task that it currently has Scratchpad. Is this in the Scratchpad? Oh, I don't think so. What if we, I think it would actually be beneficial if we ignore anything else. Just put browser, do the page, bounce off page, action, break. I'm tired of its bullshit. It ignores all my instructions. So I will force the issue unless it gets quite creative, which it might. It does like to do that sometimes. So if it starts using semicolons when it's doing things, then you know it's like, okay, time to shut it down. Okay, so let's watch. So it has some pretty good, it's off to a good start. Open up the shop. The rest of it is crap, so let's ignore that. Right. What I did is meaningless. It's meaningless because it's not calling everything once. It's, doing one thing at a time, but then calling this multiple times. Damn. Okay. How do I? How can I make it do less stuff? It's just wasting time trying to do all these things. Run tool. Maybe the tool runner. The tool runner component can just take only the first one. Okay, so if that's the case, I think I'll get rid of this break here. Let me look at the tool runner here. And then this thing looks for all the tools and then runs each one. So I'm just going to do break here. So it's only going to run one tool per stuff. So let's do that. Close this. Okay. And it failed at whatever it was doing. Tools. For some reason it kind of reminds me of like Beavis and Butthead or something. He's doing things. Results. Go to wait for 5. Take it to the expensive shop. There must be something going wrong. Because I don't see it. Okay, it says it executed the task runner. Tool runner. I think it's maybe stuck in the scratch pad. Okay, that's not going to work. Okay, so for each tool, I'm going to run the tool. Ran tools. Make it a set. And if I append, what can I do with a set? I can update the set. So for each tool. Name, actually the run tool gets the tool name if I'm not mistaken. Something like this, right? So go back here. So this is just going through every single tool instantiation. And then inside of run tool, it's going through every single tool that we have. What I want to do is set it so that we're only using a tool once per execute. How do I clone? Predict in Python. I can't remember. Okay, let's do that. We're going to copy the tools and then run tool itself up here. So for tool in tools, if tool code starts with that, it's going to run the tool. And then set the tool instance to none. Then if tool instance, we do that, and then we set it to none. That has a chance of doing what I want. Okay, so let's run it. Okay, it's gone to the shop. Now let's see if it can click on Vector Starter. Weird how develop a task list is. Why is it going back so much? Go to the shop, look for coupon code. That makes no sense. Back, 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 back. So weird. Okay, going to the page seems to be what it likes to do. And let's see how that works. Okay, maybe this idea won't work so much because it just wants to go to the shop. That's the first thing it needs to do, and then it wants to do the rest of the stuff. But sure is going there a lot. That result is weird. The result here does not seem correct. Let's inspect that better. So in between here, I'm going to add a print. Print debugging is awesome. Put the result in there. You use a mouse. Okay. So let's compile that. And then restart. It likes to make assumptions like that I'm using WooCommerce and things like that, which is not the case. Browser string invalid. What? Invalid syntax string line 1. Thought I fixed that. Executing. List. New tests, front code apply. I'm not seeing any output. Yeah, running to a browser, executing print. Okay, so this is going to be impossible if so we got a server error. Okay, so that's an annoying thing. But anyway, something is not right here because the result from the tool runner is empty. So let's go to the browser tool again. Here we go. Res is here. We want the content visible. Let's see what the page is at this point. If I could remember set. Yeah, Mansour has a good question. Is there any way to know if the task has already been achieved? Apparently, yes. Like there's the task creator agent has a list of the tasks that have been completed. And then it makes new tasks based off of that. The executor is really only given the one task that it's supposed to do. But it likes to ignore that. And other kind of like annoying things that would probably go away with GPT-4, but GPT-4 is not public, like not available to everybody yet. Okay, page content got unexpected keyword argument visible. So that's what's causing it to stop, and then it just continues on. Okay, so let's learn to ignore GPT-3.5. I'm pretty sure I got that from here. So don't trust GPT-3.5, kids. It's good. Unless you can like give it tools and stuff like that. Okay, there we go. Now we got some output. That should make it be able to do smarter things. So let's see. It's going to be a little annoying when there's like multiple forms. So when it does get to the checkout, it's going to have to enter the name and stuff like that. If it only has one block to do it, it might take a long time. But right now we're kind of like optimizing for it to do stuff. So actually the go-to page, we know it's already did the go-to. It'd be kind of cool to let it not do that again. Hey, Paul's here.
Oh, wow, you're still at it.
Yeah, but it's getting so close. Like it actually clicked on the starter. And then I see it, trying to click on add to cart, which is correct. It should be clicking add to cart. And then I've also sometimes seen in the things that it tries to view the cart. And there is a view to cart.
I mean, there is kind of a view the cart, but it may be hidden, like from us.
Yeah, like it's actually difficult. So go to the shop and click on Vector Starter. You go to add to cart. You got to click here.
So you're giving it functionality based on the browser. It's not like an actual curl action, right?
Exactly. And I could look for the aref shop cart. I could click on, this part is a little bit difficult, but I'll be happy if I see this in the browser here, because it's not there yet. Now, one thing I did here was that I made it so that it could only execute one thing at a time. Or it can execute, like if it does this, it's only able to execute the first one. And then the other instances of tool browser will get ignored.
But that is something that I guess the tool executor does.
Yeah. So the tool executor is the one that
does it know that it didn't do everything?
It will only get the output for the first one. This works though. Like if it does this, this is one call to browser, and it does many things. So it can do this.
Ah, okay. So the other one way around, it's like several calls to browser.
Okay, I see. So this this thing that I did for the I set the instance to none, and that's supposed to be a copy. But on line 246 here, I'm using the instance in the task executor agent. It's not a deep copy. Well, anyway, let's re-enable this.
I think
I mean,
it would be
I
so
think it's okay.
useful. Like the fact that the segment anything model kind of came out just like very recently. And that kind of gives you the ability to get a lot of stuff. So I'm looking at it, like I'm using the demo that they have. And if you ask it to segment everything, it like finds the add to cart button, it finds the plus minus buttons, it finds like things there. So if it looks like a button, I guess you could like unfortunately their online model does not give us the what's its name, the ability to prompt it with text, but like in principle it would be possible to do that.
But in general, because we have the web pages, the explanation of like the shopping cart, right? Like there's href, there's lots of things that show where it should be clicking in plain text. But for desktop automation, being able to like segment everything on the screen and then kind of figure out what it is based on some sort of some like image to text model, that could work pretty well.
It doesn't like it could be like it could create a prompt for segment everything that would find candidates for it, and then something like what was the image name, the model name? Blip2. Something like that could then look at the segmented thing and do something with it. Yeah. I wonder if I give it a screenshot. Come on. May not.
The timeout is also a little long. I think I should make the timeout much faster. How do I set the timeout? Page that set default timeout. Makes sense. So if I have the page, page set default timeout, 5 seconds. Maybe 3 seconds. It's sped up because it's the longer we wait, the more problems there are.
That's pretty cool. I'm looking at the blip2 model, and I've given it a screenshot from the vector starter page. And I asked it to generate a caption. And it says a screenshot of a screenshot of the website for a vector starter. How much is it? Free.
No. But it is if you use the promo code.
How much is it in yen? Still free. Is there a add to cart? No. Where is the?
You know what the problem is? Too much HTML.
Too much HTML. Yes. So, like looking on the product page. It says the logo is a bird.
I can kind of almost see that. Okay. Let's see. Right. We don't want just the visible content. We do want the HTML, but there's too much HTML. Even if I have 8,000 characters, with 10,000, I'm going to start blowing our context length.
I'm wondering whether we could somehow
like we could
reduce it to only the relevant HTML.
Yeah. It's easy to hard code that, but we don't want to fake.
I mean, something like something that would extract the content. I mean, there are those automatic.
The
would technically do that.
Is fine, but it doesn't need the content.
It would extract the content, then get just. Then it would use like Beautiful Soup or something like that to search for where that content is. And then it could have HTML tags with content and the path there. Or, I mean, that's probably not even too bad. Like the path to something, the content, and all interactive elements with their path, or something like that.
Yeah, how do we know if something is interactive or not? Because that's like kind of what we're doing with the database, or not the database, like the desktop. And that, like things that you can click on, or things you can type enter to invoke, those are invocable, right? but like the shopping cart icon.
And in
there is just
principle,
like
anything that has a click listener, can you query for that?
It's a good question. I doubt you can, because the click listener is not text, so there's no way to check.
You have a browser attached. You can do things. Like, you probably, given that you have this debug protocol thing,
What
you
does
can
it get
probably
to?
do more than just
Gets to
that.
the show categories. Damn. Hold on a second. What if I just get rid of this thing completely? How long does it take before it runs out? Well, that's interesting. It's searching. That's smart.
What it's doing?
It clicked on the search button. It's kind of smart.
Oh.
Needed 13,000 tokens.
Yeah,
Model's
13,000
maximum
tokens in
context
your
length
prompt.
is 8,000.
Yeah, it's 4K for the prompt and 4K that it can return usually.
I see.
And the prompt now was 13,000 tokens. I'm saying HTML isn't, like plain HTML isn't very useful. Like you wouldn't be able to get anything done with plain HTML without searching within it for specific things. You could give it a tool to do that though. Like, what tools does it currently have? For
The browser one.
Yeah, but within the browser, like
anything that you can call self page on.
Oh.
So I'm just like evaluating. The language is essentially everything after self.page, or like page dot, then is Python. Super easy.
That's actually not bad.
Yeah.
So in principle, the only thing it can't do is remember answers from that, right?
Yeah. I mean, the output is there. So if we had that, it could kind of do it.
I'm mostly thinking like, how would it look like if it wanted to like search for something in the DOM and then get an answer and then do the next thing? It's like I have an idea, but I'm not sure I can vocalize it. So
I mean, yeah,
the tool former thing, right? It produces
yeah, that's true.
like, does it replace the tool invocation?
It does not. So the way tool former works is that you have thought, finish. And so you give it the prompt thought, then the output's there, then you feed that back, and you do that
That
until
is not the tool farmer I'm
finish.
talking about.
Oh, but I mean,
I'm talking
that's a I guess that's the one that I guess it's called React is what it is.
Yeah, I'm talking about this paper. And it has like inline tool invocations, and then it follows up with the answer.
Yeah.
And what if our tool invocation would give it the answer right after? So it's doing a click something. It could say no such button or like
like that.
No
that's
element.
Essentially like, okay, so it's not working in line like this, but that's what is happening, right? The resulting page goes in there, right? Or the resulting error goes in there. And then the thing that's interesting,
it's kind of the idea is that after every one thing that it does, it could get an answer like that.
Yes, but like some of the things are like click on this or fill in that, right? Like the page itself doesn't change. So I have it set to, it only returns the page content after everything. And I tried to make a like visible only, but that doesn't exist apparently.
But that's my point.
So the point that you're
like
trying,
the output
like
could be smaller by just giving it the one thing that it asked for. So it clicked on this thing. You give it just that one element. Like after that. I know it's harder for like the language.
Yeah.
Probably.
Well, I mean, so it's like it's doing this, right? So go to the shop, then fill the input with the name S Vecto Starter. Click button submit, right? Like that's what it's trying to do.
Yes. And if it could get like after the click, like it gets a small arrow, and then something like this thing does not exist on the page. Or if it exists, it gets it gets something.
These lines. Yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't tell it much.
Yeah. But what I'm kind of saying is that does work for simple cases, but in the case where it needs to navigate multiple things, the React framework kind of makes more sense there.
But I mean, it does something like if it wants to do multiple things, I would still give it like after every line of things that it does, I would give it like the result of that. So that way it can learn like, oh, okay, there is no button, this and that, but there is an input like that.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm getting at. If it's the way it is now, it doesn't get a chance to update its assumptions, right? Like what we kind of want is go to the page. Here's the page. Now click on the link. And it says that link did not work. So then like there's a kind of quicker back and forth, which is what the LangChain kind of thing has. Let me see if I can find an example. the question answering thing. QA resources notebook.
It needs to needs to be able to create a world model based off its interaction.
Yeah, so something like that. So the I'm not sure about this template, but essentially there's this concept in this of like final, right? So like search, here's the results. Okay, fine, search something else, here's the results. Oh, final answer, Justin Bieber, right? Like,
Yeah.
there's that back and forth that's happening. That's not happening in here because, I mean, it kind of is, but the back and forth is really long because all it has is, okay, I tried something. Now, based off that result, I create new tasks and do the thing. So like in theory, it's kind of the same, but having having the tool runner be like a chain might be better. Like the browser, like if it's saying I need the browser tool, then we open the page and then it's like a kind of interactive session. Here's the goal. What's the next action based off of that? Here's the result. What's the next action?
It's kind of
or are you done?
almost like a sub-agent.
Yeah.
So you have kind of this overmind, and that would like task a sub-agent which only knows about browsers to do something.
Yeah.
And that thing then like it talks to the browser, it has its browser related memory or something like that, where it can build its world model of what's on that page.
Mm-hmm.
Then it does something and then it reports back at some point to the overmind.
Yeah. Kind of doable too.
I guess we're kind of getting into the recursive agents thing.
I mean, totally could do that. That's actually one of the cool things. So if I set why is it broken? What did I do? There we go. So
yeah,
if I put a sub thing here that called BabyAGI, but then make this objective be an input, it could like delegate to itself, or it's not really itself, but like another BabyAGI.
Yeah.
It's interesting. There's so many things that is worth looking into like more deeply when it comes to that. But since it's 4 and I have a call in about 4 hours, I think I'll leave it here.
Yeah.
And unfortunately can't make the Twitter video that I wanted to make. But hopefully I'll get to it tomorrow. And hopefully people still care about us because we're so slow.
I mean, if we come up with recursively delegating agents by in 2 more days, that may be worth it.
Maybe. I mean, in a sense, if we had this connected to Slack and I was just like monitoring it, and I said, click Vecto Starter. Then it would click Vecto Starter, and that was the only thing that it had. Actually, what would that look like? So if I said, go here and click on Vector Starter. Just that.
Didn't that already work?
Oh yeah, it does. What I'm thinking of is, what if I set it to do that? Clicks on Vector Starter.
Not exceeded.
And then once it has,
It's interesting. The tool, like, it's trying to click the thing that has. It's not stupid. Like, it doesn't
yeah,
know too
yeah,
much.
exactly. That's the main thing. Like it, um, we
Like, yeah,
need
try to
like
click
the
on the thing that has
browser.
a data name vector starter.
Yeah,
Or like find
it's
the
a good
thing
guess.
that's the href is vector starter.
Yeah, and the href is shop Vector Starter 9. So the only way we really know that is they could see the page, but the page is too big for it to see.
Interesting that it tries to randomly inject Python
Yeah.
into it.
That's another thing that's kind of crazy because it is evaluating it. So if it started putting semicolons and stuff, it'd be like, nope, fuck, you know, that's too
I
smart.
think its main problem is that it just doesn't know.
Yeah, and it doesn't have the like the
And
prompt.
I think it doesn't see the. It doesn't have the information. Like, it doesn't get that it needs to check. Oh, there it is. Await. Something. Okay. Invalid decimal root. It is kind of trying to look for it, but it's like, no, okay, am I even on that shop?
Yeah.
Interestingly, the task list is empty. Like, it has 8 entries, but they are all empty.
Yeah, that's weird. They're there now.
And now it is scrolling.
Yeah, that's the thing. You kind of need a task specific agent for interacting with the web. Like the objective needs to be click on Vector Starter. Well, I mean, I guess the objective is click on Vector Starter. Okay, what if the objective, like this thing it's impossible to like find a good way to
Click
go
on
to and discover
the anchor link.
which link will open the page for Vector Starter and click it. Prompt engineering. Maybe that's only I didn't save. Compile. Yeah. Thing. Yeah, it's just clicking, the thing with Vector Starter. Okay, and print the href for it. Just do that instead. So that's not trying to click stuff. Just trying to click stuff that's.
Do you think so? Supposedly,
Oh, it got to the end of the page.
supposedly, oh, nice. Supposedly, GPT-4 does understand ASCII art.
Not very well. I've tried some things with it. I mean, it kind of does, but nah, not that much.
Because there is a Chrome version that can kind of, well, not just kind of, that renders to your terminal. It's called Carbonule.
Yeah, I mean,
Would be
I think
interesting.
just more specifics. Like, yeah, we're still going through it. I really need to go to sleep because I have a meeting in 4 hours. But I think like something more specific, like here are the A tags, here are the ARIA labels, and then based off of that, decide what to do. Like, yeah, we need to change the browser tool to be something like that. Like, here's the page. Here are the things that you can do. What do you want to do next? Type of thing. Like that I can do. So I think next time we'll work on that. Because that should be doable. And not too hard. Yeah.
The other thing that we could try, that it's not, it would make it kind of capable of doing things, I guess. So there is this other kind of browser for the terminal. It's called Browse. You probably have seen that one too. Let me show everyone what I'm talking about. Yeah. The most interesting thing for us is this one. It's HTML mode, or it's text mode. That means that in principle, it would be possible to get something that it should understand rather well and kind of see what other links there are. And then it could like click on something that goes there. So if you combine that with a browser, so it can have some like some kind of idea what it is trying to click on, then you could try to address it with like a content selector or something.
Yeah. And it just needs to know like what things are available. So yeah. I don't think we need a fancy browser. Like there's no need for a rendering engine so much. Unless it's a page with 1 million links.
The thing is that the rendering engine in this case allows it to interact with single page applications and JavaScript stuff and everything.
I see.
And yeah, I mean, the thing has, I mean, you can run it
But
as an HTTP
the
service. So
The only way that would work is if I could get CDP running on that, though. Like,
you can, you would have to kind of combine things.
mm,
I mean, Browse uses Firefox under the hood.
I see.
And Carbonyl, I'm not sure whether that thing, like, if that has anything useful for us. But as you can see, it's like, yeah, it runs YouTube.
That's crazy.
And given that that is a Chrome or Chromium-based thing, that too means that it should be possible to do something about it with CDP.
Possibly, yeah.
And
But then getting the
yeah, so
needs to
Browse
be
apparently
fancy, yeah.
uses Firefox with its automation protocol. So maybe there is something.
Maybe.
Anyway, it's time to end the
Yeah.
stream because
Yep.
you need to sleep.
Yeah. Well, anyway, so we're going to end the stream here. It was interesting. Got many things done. So we'll see everyone next week. And if you have any questions or stuff, hit us up on the Discord and we'll do our best to answer all the questions. So, yeah, see you guys next week.
Yeah. See you then. And have a good night.
Yes. Talk later.